Chapter 821. After returning to the Emperor's sword divine range, Zhou Xuanji directly chose to go into seclusion. He didn't spread the news of the Sword Emperor to avoid causing panic. The tribulation of sovereign darkness had already made the Emperor's sword divine range uneasy. What would happen if Zhou Xuanji, the anti-sovereign, was added to the mix? Two sovereigns attacking the Kunlun origin court without any sovereigns. There was almost no suspense. Inside the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting cross-legged with Little Sovereign hovering beside him. On the way back, Little Sovereign was very excited. He kept saying that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was impossible for the anti-Kunlun sovereign to cross into the Kunlun origin court. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. This was already an unwritten rule. Can you calm down a little? It has already happened. What should I do next? What about the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. This little sovereign was usually very confident. Why did he lose his composure at such a critical moment? Little Sovereign's soul emerged from the blade. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was ashen. Anti-Kunlun sovereign, sovereign darkness, this is an unprecedented tribulation. Even if you become the sovereign now, it will be difficult for you to defeat them, Little Sovereign said, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign gnashed his teeth. He believed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was very strong and unparalleled. But the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. Their talents were the same. In such a situation, with the addition of a terrifying sovereign darkness, how could they fight? Zhou Xuanji angrily said, You speak as if you can make me the sovereign now. Little Sovereign sighed and said, It seems that we are really going to die. You have no way to deal with the current situation unless the anti-Kunlun sovereign and sovereign darkness fight. What I'm most afraid of is that the anti-Kunlun supremacy arrives first, slaughters the Kunlun origin court, and then fights the darkness supremacy. At that time, no matter how hard they fight, we will all be annihilated. Also, he said that he would protect your life, but in fact, he can't kill you. No living being can kill their own reincarnation, but they can test others to do it. Can't kill my own incarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was stalling. He wanted to make him relax his vigilance, and then find an opportunity to kill him. When the Sword Emperor sneak attacked him, he clearly felt the murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji frowned and began thinking about how to deal with the Sword Emperor. Don't think about it. He doesn't have a way to kill you for the time being, otherwise he wouldn't have delayed it. I guess he is still preparing for something, or is afraid of something, so he didn't show up in person. He deliberately used your mouth to announce his appearance to the Kunlun origin court, just to bluff. Little Sovereign shook his head. Then, he changed the topic and said with a playful smile, Maybe he's afraid of your little wife, Hongqin Supreme. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had told him about Shen Tang. Back then, he was shocked too. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, Can mortal sovereign defeat the Sword Emperor? Shen Tang had never truly become a supreme martial artist. She was just a self-proclaimed supreme martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to join hands with the almighties of the Kunlun origin court to deal with the Darkness Sovereign. She can't, but she can at least pose a threat. She has already reached the peak of the mortal god realm, and can be considered half a step away from being a supreme. She's really strong. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder. Every time he thought of Supreme Hongqin, he would sigh with emotion. Space-time causality was really magical. Who would have thought that the little girl who had been cultivating with Zhou Xuanji back then could cultivate to such a level? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and stopped talking. After talking for a long time, he could only wait. He didn't like this feeling at all. He put the Lesser Supreme's sword aside and began to cultivate seriously. Little Sovereign floated next to him with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, This kid is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect the Sword Emperor to want to cross the distance between the two worlds to kill him. What heights can he reach in the future? In a dim palace, Zhou Fa was meditating on the throne, healing his injuries and cultivating. A cloud of black qi was coiling around his body like a dragon and phoenix. The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in the palace, looking at him with a faint smile. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Fa suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Fa asked with a vigilant look on his face. He looked nervous. He was afraid that the exterminating divine eyes would sweep over him. The corner of the Sword Emperor's mouth rose as he asked with a smile, "What's your relationship with the Darkness Sovereign?" Hearing this, Zhou Fa's face sank and said, "It's none of your business. You and I have already broken off our relationship. If you don't get lost, I will kill you." What? A gust of cold wind blew against Zhou Fa's face, and he felt his vision go black. Immediately after, he was grabbed by the neck by the sword Tharch and lifted into the air. The sword Tharka's eyes were cold and he said in a cold voice, "You want to kill me? Are you worthy of me? Even if you don't say it, I can guess that the power in your body belongs to me." After saying that, the Sword Emperor raised his left hand and gently pulled out a black aura from Zhou Fa's body. Ah! Zhou Fa felt extreme pain and screamed in pain. "Zhou Xuanji! You will die a horrible death! You will die a horrible death!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. The skin on his face suddenly split open and blood flowed freely. The Sword Emperor collected the black aura into his palm and casually tossed it. Zhou Fa crashed into the wall and fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You don't deserve my looks," the sword Tharch said coldly. 2 lumps of green flames flew out of his eyes and instantly landed on Zhou Fa's face. Zhou Fa screamed again, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, his divine power had been completely drained, and he had lost all of his stamina. He was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The Sword Emperor looked down at the black aura in his palm with a contemptuous smile and murmured, "Dark Sovereign, you are not worthy to compete with me. In the Kunlun Origin Court, you can't compete with me. In this anti-Kunlun, you can't compete with me either." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhou Fa rolling on the ground and screaming. Half a year passed quickly. After absorbing the divine power of Black Time Deity King, Zhou Xuanji failed to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. He came out of seclusion and wandered around the divine range, observing the cultivation of his disciples. The news of the Sword Emperor's attack didn't spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. However, after the Black Time Soul Army was destroyed, all the divine ranges became peaceful. The Kunlun universe fell into a strange calm. It felt like a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji strolled in the air as he looked down. Suddenly, Zhou Tanhua flew over. "Father, I don't feel right." He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said, gritting his teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him, and his expression immediately changed. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were glowing with purple light as purple runes flowed out from his eye sockets, twisting slightly as if they were alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine will exploded. He couldn't see anything. "You are the sovereign. You are." A majestic and domineering voice resounded in his mind. The tone was angry and firm. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will. He opened his eyes and saw that Zhou Tanhua was still looking at him anxiously. "Who was talking just now?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He shook his head, a little absent-minded. Zhou Tanhua asked hesitantly, "Is there anyone else besides us?" Chapter 822. Zhou Tanhua looked around nervously. This familiar Emperor Sword Divine Range made him very uneasy at the moment. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked, "How did this happen to you?" Just now, when he used his spiritual will to probe Zhou Tanhua's eyes, he felt a strong backlash, which surprised him. Could it be that his son's exterminating divine eyes contained a great power that even he did not know about? I've been cultivating all this while, and just as I was about to break through to the Tao ancestor level, I encountered such an unforeseen event. Zhou Tanhua said gloomily, making Zhou Xuanji's brow jump. This kid was breaking through to become a Tao father. Although he had expected this day, he did not expect it to come so soon. He asked, "How do you feel now? Does it hurt?" Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't hurt, but I feel that my eyes contain a very strong power that will gush out at any time. This feeling is very comfortable, but it makes me very uneasy." He was most aware of the changes in his body. Although his strength was increasing, it had not reached the point where it could be unleashed. The sudden burst of power made him feel that it was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before he once again probed Zhou Tanhua's eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was impacted again, causing him to fall into a daze. This kind of trance came and went quickly. He quickly recovered and opened his eyes to see that he was above a group of volcanoes. Beneath the black clouds, flames filled the air, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He subconsciously lowered his head to look, and within the sea of fire that covered the mountains and plains, there were figures galloping as fast as ghosts. What are those? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to fly down, the sea of flames changed suddenly. The sea of flames transformed into a horrifying face and roared soundlessly at Zhou Xuanji. Although the face was blurry, it gave him a familiar feeling. Déjà vu. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly retracted his divine sense. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. "Father, what did you see?" Zhou Tanhua asked with a worried look. Zhou Xuanji comforted, "It's nothing, I just saw another world. I think your exterminating divine eyes are evolving. Don't worry." He didn't sense any danger, which meant that the power wouldn't harm anyone. "What world?" Zhou Tanhua asked, his eyes fixed on his father. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and projected the scene he saw between the two of them. The huge face made Zhou Tanhua's complexion change dramatically. "What? You've seen him before?" Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes. Could it be that Zhou Tanhua had met someone while he was away? Or perhaps, he had obtained some fortuitous encounters? Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, "I often dream about him. Perhaps he is my inner demon." On the path of cultivation, one would encounter all sorts of inner demons, but he had yet to encounter one. Perhaps this was his first inner demon. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He felt that it was not an inner demon but a sign. Go back and rest for a while. Wait for your eyes to calm down before continuing your cultivation. Don't be too hasty, understand? Zhou Xuanji exhorted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua nodded and turned around to leave. Looking at his petite figure, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Zhou Tanhua had always maintained the appearance of a teenager. Even if he was very mature, in the eyes of Zhou Xuanji and the others, he would always be a child. As a father, Zhou Xuanji could not let his son be in danger. He returned to the cultivation hall, took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Supreme Sword. What is it this time? Had the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign come to fight? Then, let's just wait for death. Little Sovereign clamored in an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji glared at him, and then told him about Zhou Tanhua's abnormality. Hasn't he already inherited the perfect state of your exterminating divine eyes? It's impossible for him to evolve again unless there is another force that doesn't belong to him transforming him, Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. Little Sovereign muttered, his eyes flickering. So many things had happened recently. Zhou Tanhua's abnormality was obviously not a coincidence. Someone was plotting against him. Little Sovereign continued, it seems that we can't just sit and wait for death. I remember you saying that you are a soul guardian, right? Zhou Xuanji nodded, waiting for his next words. Devour the soul source pool and transform you into the soul source pool. At that time, your luck will be connected to the Kunlun origin court. The stronger the Kunlun origin court, the stronger you will be. At the same time, you can see every corner of the Kunlun origin court with the help of the soul source pool. Little Sovereign said with a sinister smile, "Don't worry, even if the Kunlun origin court is destroyed, it won't affect you. As long as the Kunlun origin court becomes stronger, it will affect you." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is there such a good thing? How can I not believe it? However, the other party is a sovereign after all. He shouldn't be bragging. After thinking about it, he left the Emperor's sword divine range with the lesser supreme sword and flew upward. Mortal Plane Xian Xianghua was sitting in front of Mortal Sovereign with a nervous look on her face. Mortal Sovereign stood upright, looking into the void as he faintly said, "A great tribulation is coming, and it is a great tribulation beyond this sovereign's expectations. Are you ready to become a mortal god?" Xian Xianghua nodded and replied, "I'm ready at any time." Her voice was trembling a little. Once she became a mortal god, she would have hope of chasing after Mortal Sovereign. How powerful was Mortal Sovereign? He was the strongest under the Sovereign. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji would definitely become the Sovereign. Since that was the case, she would become the strongest under the Sovereign. Next, I will use the mortal qi to temper your body. This process will be a bit long, but it will make you change subtly, Mortal Sovereign said with a nod. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of red dust qi surged from all directions and entered Xian Xianghua's body. Xian Xianghua also closed her eyes, waiting for the mortal qi. Outside the mortal plane, Luan Feng paced back and forth in the void impatiently. A red silhouette flew out. It was Mortal Sovereign's clone. "What's the matter?" Mortal Sovereign asked in a cold tone. Luan Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I can no longer divine the future of Kunlun Origin Court. Dark Sovereign might not be our biggest enemy." Mortal Sovereign was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Just when Luan Feng was about to answer, an air-piercing sound came. Pshhhhh. A black sword pierced through Luan Feng's throat. No blood splashed, but his expression froze instantly. Mortal Sovereign waved his hand, and thousands of mortal qi shot out like a massive red wall. Streaks of sword qi shot out from the darkness, shattering the huge red wall. Black swords flew over and converged into a long black bridge. The Sword Emperor came on the sword bridge. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, and his eyes were filled with a conceited smile. The slight smile on his lips made him look so arrogant. "How come it's you?" Mortal Sovereign cried out in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. She recognized at a glance that the Sword Emperor was not Zhou Xuanji but the anti-Kunlun Sovereign. The Sword Emperor smiled contemptuously and said, "Why can't it be me? Little girl, you are much stronger than before. Unfortunately, you are not the Sovereign. Trying to forcibly reverse the fate of the Origin Court is simply courting death." Chapter 8:23. Sovereign Hongqian was unable to remain calm while facing the Sword Emperor. In the anti-Kunlun, when she faced the Sword Emperor, she was like an ant looking at the sky. She could only feel her own insignificance. Now, even though she had become a mortal exalt, she still felt extremely uneasy when facing the Sword Emperor. "Humph! This is not your turf." Supremacy Hongqian snorted coldly and raised her right hand. The aura of the mortal world swirled around and condensed into a huge red wheel that spun at high speed toward the Sword Emperor. The red wheel rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 1,000,000 miles in diameter, as if it was about to swallow the entire universe. The Sword Emperor's eyes turned cold, and a sword light appeared, directly destroying the red turntable. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Supremacy Hongqian. Two beams of violet light shot out from her eyes. Just as they were about to envelop supremacy Hongchen, she suddenly vanished. You're not qualified to devour the Kunlun origin court. Just you wait, we'll definitely be the ones who have the last laugh. Supreme Hong Chen's cold voice sounded in the Sword Emperor's ears. At the same time, the chakra that was pierced through his throat also disappeared. The Sword Arch raised his brows slightly and muttered, "Interesting." He teleported away in an instant and even brought his independent plane with him. He shook his head and smiled. His smile was filled with contempt. He turned into a cloud of black gas and flew forward, disappearing without a trace. Between reality and illusion, Sovereign Hong Chen and Luan Feng appeared. Luan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The bloody hole in his throat had yet to heal, and blood flowed down from the hole, dyeing his clothes red. Is he really the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun? Luan Feng gritted his teeth and asked. Actually, he wasn't asking, he was just expressing his fear. When he learned that Zhou Xuanji had the inverse chaos divine ability, he knew that the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun was Zhou Xuanji's clone. But he didn't expect that the sovereign could come to the Kunlun origin court. This was the first time he had heard of such a shocking matter. Autarch Crimson Dust took a deep breath and said, "Prepare to receive your tribulation." She left after saying that. Luan Feng didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered on the spot. Before the Dark Sovereign could charge in, the Anti-Kunlun Sovereign had already descended. However, that guy didn't directly declare war on the Kunlun origin court. He probably had other plans. He had to get to the bottom of this. Luan Feng suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes brightened. He immediately flew towards the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. In the Cultivation Palace, Zhou Xuanji was observing Zhou Tanhua with his exterminating divine eyes. Ever since Zhou Tanhua had a problem with his eyes, he had been worried. Therefore, he didn't forget to keep an eye on his son while practicing. Fortunately, nothing had happened to this brat. His cultivation was increasing at an even faster rate. It was really strange. Stop looking. Your son is not simple at all. If it wasn't for you, he might have been able to become a supreme being. Little Sovereign floated next to him and chuckled with a playful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "You make it sound like I'm blocking his way. With your talent, there is no one more suitable than you to become a supreme being. He is the same. It is very difficult for two heavenly geniuses like you to appear in the same era, let alone father and son." Little Sovereign fanned the flames with a strange look in his eyes. He wasn't joking, he really thought so. Zhou Tanhua hadn't experienced any great storms, nor had he received the guidance of a great expert. He didn't even have an illustrious past life. Even so, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign will target my son? Especially the Sword Emperor." How powerful was the Sword Emperor? He was an invincible existence in the Kunlun origin court. The smile on Little Sovereign's face instantly disappeared when he heard this. But on second thought, it was indeed possible. The Sword Emperor had no children. Zhou Xuanji's son was like his own son. However, as a sovereign, how could it be easy for him to have a son? What is the Sword Emperor planning? From today onwards, I will slaughter the Kunlun origin court in the name of the Sword Emperor. I will destroy a divine range every day until all the divine ranges are destroyed. If you want to linger at death's door, hand over 10,000 heavenly geniuses with 15-star aptitude and 3,000 yuanying with the origin court's rules. I will not stop killing even one less. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly resounded throughout the Kunlun origin court. His voice shocked all living beings. The expressions of Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign drastically changed. They thought that the Sword Emperor was plotting something and would continue to wait. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and cried out in alarm, "Not good! So that's how it is." He actually wants to swallow the rules of the Kunlun Origin Court. He wants to break through to a higher realm beyond the sovereign. Is he crazy? If he does this, he will most likely die. A higher realm beyond the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Although he didn't understand that realm, he also understood that once all the rules were controlled by the Sword Emperor, the Kunlun Origin Court was likely to collapse. All living beings would perish along with it. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberated. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign were taken aback. They subconsciously swept the Kunlun universe with their divine senses. They saw a divine range in the Kunlun universe explode, bursting with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Kunlun universe. A violent pressure raged across the universe. The surrounding divine ranges trembled violently as if they would collapse at any time. This guy, Little Sovereign, gnashed his teeth. He was a little annoyed. Why didn't I see through the Sword Emperor's ambition back then? The Sword Emperor must have come to the Kunlun Origin Court through Zhou Xuanji. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking about it. The Kunlun Origin Court had tens of thousands of divine ranges. In other words, it could last for decades. However, it would be bad if the Sword Emperor came to the Sword Emperor divine range one day. At the same time, the entire Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. Everyone was in a panic as they discussed this matter. Sword Emperor? Is it Zhou Xuanji? No, Zhou Xuanji isn't that strong. It's Zhou Xuanji, I have heard of this voice. Impossible, why did he do this? Which divine range was destroyed? Is he crazy? Most creatures had watched the superstar competition. They remembered Zhou Xuanji's voice or knew Zhou Xuanji's Sword Emperor name. For a moment, all the divine ranges were dispatched to find out the situation. In the end, they were attacked by the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was sitting in meditation before the destroyed divine range. He opened his eyes as his sword chi raged, killing hundreds of millions of creatures effortlessly. He looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, confirming the rumor that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. The Tianyi divine range suddenly announced the existence of the anti-Kunlun, causing an uproar. On this day Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Xuanji. She excitedly asked, "Father, the Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Can he protect us? Didn't he help you before?" She was naturally excited to have a supreme as her father. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "What? You want to recognize him as your father? Why don't you try to find him and see if he will kill you?" Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "I'm just kidding. We came to you because we have a plan." Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, "You have a plan in your head?" Chapter 824. Of course. You look down on me. Zhou Shaoxian screamed indignantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Seeing how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Then tell me, what plan do you have? This girl never grew up. What kind of strategy could she come up with? Father, with Ji Zun's ability, how could he not be able to find the person he wants? He's forcing the Kunlun Origin Court, causing internal strife in the Kunlun Origin Court. One must know that those geniuses are the treasures of each divine range. As long as a divine range hands them over and the other divine ranges refuse, it will definitely be the beginning of internal strife." Zhou Shaoxian shook her head and said with a look of a strategist. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and smacked her head. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked, "Tell me, what's the plan?" As soon as he heard this, he understood that it wasn't Zhou Shaoxian who came up with this plan, but Zhou Tanhua. Her demeanor was obviously imitating Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua had a calm personality and liked to think. Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian stomped her feet in anger, curled her lips and looked to the side. Zhou Tanhua smiled helplessly and said, "Even someone as strong as a supreme being wants to collect the 3,000 origin laws. This shows that these laws can make him stronger. If it falls into your hands, won't you have the hope to fight against a supreme being? We can also have Autarch Crimson Dust collect them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, then the question is, where do we collect them? Will those divine ranges just give it up? When Zhou Tanhua heard this, he chuckled and said, I can't think of anything. Isn't it up to you? From how he saw it, with Zhou Xuanji's connections, there must be a way. Just Supremacy Hongqian, Pinnacle of Wheel, Nanmutiani, and the others were more than capable of gathering the laws. Alright, thank you for coming up with ideas. Don't worry. Train well and protect the Emperor's sword divine range as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that they could return. It was as good as not saying anything. Zhou Tanhua nodded and couldn't help but continue. Father, you'd better not go out during this time. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, why? Are you afraid that your father will die outside? Zhou Tanhua shook his head and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave a profound smile and said, your father won't die so easily. If he wanted to die, he would have died long ago. It seemed like this kid had a secret. Could it be related to the mutation of the exterminating divine eyes? Zhou Tanhua nodded, bowed and left. Zhou Shaoxian followed closely behind. The siblings muttered as they walked. Naturally, they were talking about the unreasonableness of the plan just now. Watching them leave the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and asked, did you see that just now? Little Sovereign's soul flew out with a solemn expression. It's indeed related to the Sword Emperor. It's really strange. What does the Sword Emperor want to do? Zhou Xuanji was silent and fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could Little Sovereign. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the Emperor's sword divine range with the lesser supreme sword in his hand, flying towards the Soul Source Pool. He had gone to the Soul Source Pool before, leaving Pan Zhen to oversee it. After a while, he arrived in front of the Soul Origin Pool. Gray fog filled the air and the surface of the pool was calm. There were many beams of soul light sparkling in the water. Little Sovereign sighed and said, you can't absorb such a big treasure. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Why did this derogatory remark sound like a rhyme? Zhou Xuanji immediately sat by the pool and began to absorb the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source Pool was extremely huge. Although he had absorbed a lot of soul energy last time, it was far from reaching the point of integration. There were a lot of souls in the pool. He didn't consume these souls but stored them in a separate absolute time realm in his body. The pool water was absorbed by him and the souls were stored elsewhere. According to Little Sovereign, he had to absorb the entire Soul Source Pool into his body in order to master the power of the Soul Source Pool and overlook the entire Kunlun Origin Court. After a while, the All Lives pen suddenly flew out of the Soul Source Pool and fell into Zhou Xuanji's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said in amazement, this treasure is still here. The All Lives pen was an ultimate treasure not inferior to the Soul Source Orb. It was said that it could control the life and death of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and grabbed the All Lives pen. He carefully looked at it to see if the All Lives pen could be its master. Not bad, with the All Lives pen and the Soul Source Orb, you will be able to absorb the Soul Source Pool faster. Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. His gaze fell on the Soul Source Pool as his expression turned strange. The Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos but no one came to snatch the All Lives pen. It was really amazing. Zhou Xuanji began refining the All Lives pen. In the dim palace, Zhou Fa was lying on the ground. Black lightning wrapped around his body like an electric rope, making him unable to move. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The dim palace was quiet and very depressing. Damn it, how can I be humiliated like this? He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up but he couldn't break free from the lightning rope. How many times do you want to try? You can't break free. A cold voice came from the darkness. This person was none other than Xiao Jinghong. He was wearing black clothes with golden threads. He had a cold expression on his face. 2 swords were hanging from his waist. His gaze fell on Zhou Fa with a hidden killing intent. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell do you want? Why don't you kill me?" Right now, his life was worse than death. He had to be tortured every day. He might as well die. Xiao Jinghong walked up to him, squatted down, looked down at him, and said with a sneer, "Your face is useful. But don't worry, you will die sooner or later." After speaking, he suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into Zhou Fa's back. Zhou Fa's face twisted in pain. "Your face's self-healing ability is quite strong. I'm curious, what's your relationship with my revered teacher? More accurately, what's your relationship with my revered teacher's reverse body?" Xiao Jinghong said coldly. He looked at Zhou Fa disdainfully as though he was looking at an ant. Zhou Fa said furiously, "I won't tell you, you piece of trash." Xiao Jinghong exerted force with his right hand. Sword chi ravaged Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa was furious. Just when he was about to curse, Xiao Jinghong knocked him out with a palm. "Trash." Xiao Jinghong smiled disdainfully and got up slowly. At this moment, a few more figures walked out from the darkness. They did not reveal themselves, only their silhouettes. "Master, why did you keep him? I'm so bored. Why don't we go to Kunlun Origin Court to play? I want to have my reverse body." "Boring. Their cultivation is weaker than ours, including our revered teacher's reverse body. The anti-Kunlun will be delayed after the Kunlun Origin Court. Just wait for the Darkness Sovereign to arrive." These figures chatted casually. They did not put Kunlun Origin Court in their eyes at all. Xiao Jinghong looked back at them and said faintly, "All right, let's not talk about this. Just wait here patiently. Don't anger revered teacher. Otherwise you will die." As soon as he said this, the hall instantly fell silent. Chapter 825. At the edge of the Soul Source Pool, Zhou Xuanji was still absorbing the water of the Soul Source Pool. The All Lives brush was suspended above his head, rotating on its own. The brush looked ordinary, but it could shake the surrounding space, producing slight fluctuations. Little Sovereign had been quietly watching him from behind. "Very good. Your absolute infiltration immortal physique is absorbing the Soul Source Pool faster and faster. As long as you completely absorb the Soul Source Pool, your strength will skyrocket. At that time, you will have the power to protect yourself," Little Sovereign said with a satisfied smile. Little Sovereign smiled with satisfaction. His gaze fell on the All Lives brush as his eyes revealed a profound meaning. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Don't talk nonsense all the time." Little Sovereign was speechless. This kid is too arrogant. He suddenly thought of something and said with a playful smile, "Find a time to fuse the Soul Source Orb with the All Lives brush. Maybe you can create an artifact that can injure the Sovereign." Legend has it that a long time ago, the primogenitor Sovereign who established the Kunlun Origin Court had an extremely powerful artifact. It was divided into 2 and became the All Lives brush and the Soul Source Orb that stabilized the order of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "How do we fuse them?" Just as Little Sovereign was about to answer, a thunderous roar came from above. The billowing black clouds above the Soul Source Pool violently surged as a great heavenly might enveloped the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign looked up. The rolling thunderclouds turned into a pair of eyes. It was a pair of purple eyes. Billions of stars were shining in the eyes, like 2 universes. "Not good. Retreat." Little Sovereign cried out in alarm. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled, but he didn't dare to delay. He quickly flew out of the world where the Soul Source Pool was located with the All Lives brush. He came to the Kunlun universe and looked up. The space above the Kunlun universe was constantly fluctuating. It was glowing with a colorful glow as if it would collapse at any time. Little Sovereign's soul body drilled into the blade as he communicated with Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission. This phenomenon must be an array left by the Sovereign. No wonder no one dares to take the all-lives brush. This is bad. Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had never seen the current Sovereign. After experiencing so many things, he always felt that the current Sovereign was just SOSO. Is this array powerful? He continued asking, his gaze locked onto the phenomenon above. He could vaguely see many divine statues, majestic and domineering. Little Sovereign replied in a dignified tone, I'm not sure, but looking at this momentum, it's likely to be the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had once seen records of the Divine Manifestation Array in the Evil Sky Divine Ranges library. It was said that it was an invincible array that could only be used by a supremacy. It could condense the will of a supremacy. It couldn't be opened unless the Kunlun Origin Court was destroyed. When he first learned that supreme darkness was coming, he had thought of this formation. However, supreme darkness wasn't here, so no one could use the virtuous formation. This is too vicious. To actually leave a virtuous manifestation great array in the soul source pool, this guy definitely predicted that there would be such a calamity and deliberately set up the array to wait for the enemy to sneak in. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. He suddenly felt admiration for this Sovereign. From the looks of it, this Supreme Being's departure wasn't impulsive, nor was he deceived. Rather, it was all planned out. At this moment, the phenomenon suddenly dispersed. It came and went quickly. Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly, but his gaze never shifted. He was very interested in the current supreme martial artist. He had a premonition that nothing had happened to Sovereign. Perhaps she was spying on everything that was happening in the Kunlun Origin Court. It's gone. It seems that this formation was used to deal with the Sword Emperor and Supreme Darkness. TSK, that Origin Court war god turned out to be a pawn, Little Sovereign said with a mocking smile. Little Sovereign joked. After seeing the Sage Manifestation Great Array, the pressure on him suddenly disappeared. He continued speaking with a smile. Brat, you can cultivate in peace from now on. This situation is interesting. Even I can't see through it. Zhou Xuanji was surprised and asked, could it be that the Sword Emperor can't feel the virtuous manifestation great array? The momentum just now wasn't small. Once the Sword Emperor felt it, would he still enter the formation? This is the power of the virtuous manifestation great array. As long as the person who enters the formation can see it, you won't pose a threat to the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if you have the Origin Court's luck, the virtuous manifestation great array will no longer target you, Little Sovereign explained. Little Sovereign explained with a fanatical look on his face. In the past, I also used the virtuous manifestation great array. It was extremely powerful. It was fascinating. It was a powerful force that even sovereigns would find difficult to achieve. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the virtuous manifestation great array. This was the first time he had heard Little Sovereign speak in such a tone. Can I still go back to the soul source pool now? Zhou Xuanji asked. The virtuous manifestation great array still gave him a lingering fear. He didn't dare to rush in rashly. Little Sovereign replied, first, fuse the all lives brush with the soul source orb. Then, you can rush in. Zhou Xuanji nodded and rushed towards the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. After a year, Zhou Xuanji finally made the All Lives brush recognize him as its master. Next, it was time for the All Lives brush to fuse with the Soul Source Orb. During this time, hundreds of divine ranges had been destroyed. The Kunlun Origin Court was in a state of panic. Sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges were holed up. They didn't dare to make a move. The current Kunlun Origin Court was a slaughterhouse for the Sword Emperor. Everyone was waiting for death. Despair was spreading. Most divine ranges were already in chaos. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword again and asked Little Sovereign. Use your Soul Source Orb to absorb the All Lives brush. Then, use your divine energy to fuse them. This process will still take a long time, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign said with a smile, his tone full of expectations. Zhou Xuanji nodded. His glabella split open as the Soul Source Orb emerged. He then directly absorbed the All Lives brush into it. He first crushed God King Heisher inside the Soul Source Orb before squeezing the internal space of the Soul Source Orb and pressing it against the All Lives brush. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the All Lives brush, resisting the spatial compression of the Soul Source Orb. Zhou Xuanji was seriously fusing the two treasures. But what he didn't know was that a figure had appeared outside the palace. This person was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were bursting with purple light. Purple runes could be seen on the edge of his eyes. He looked very strange. He looked at the palace gate and opened his mouth, silently saying something. The stone surface of the gate cracked open as words appeared one after another. All Lives Fusion. Court Toppling. Unique Sword Emperor. Unparalleled in both worlds. Zhou Tanhua took a step forward. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly disappeared. After 3 breaths, Zhou Shaoxian landed in front of the gate and shouted, "Father, I have something to tell you. It's urgent." Boom. The gate of the cultivation palace suddenly opened and Zhou Shaoxian immediately rushed in. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Shaoxian, who was rushing over. He asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shaoxian anxiously replied, "Tanhua is gone. He even injured Ren Niming before he disappeared." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately disappeared from the spot. Outside the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, in the Kunlun universe, Zhou Tanhua was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. His expression was cold and the purple light in his eyes had never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him, raising his hand and placing it on his shoulder. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Zhou Tanhua's right fist moved up from the bottom towards Zhou Xuanji's abdomen. But it was blocked by Zhou Xuanji's fist. Chapter 8:26. This kid's strength. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as he exerted force with his right arm, pushing Zhou Tanhua back. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua seemed to be possessed. Facing his father, his expression didn't change at all. He raised his hands as 2 light swords appeared in his hands. He stabilized his figure and immediately charged at Zhou Xuanji. He sped through the air as halos of light appeared under his feet, making him look like he was walking on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Zhou Xuanji, brandishing the 2 light swords in his hands as he launched an attack. Zhou Xuanji easily blocked all his attacks with the Lesser Supreme Sword in hand. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, his brow furrowing. His eyes were locked on Zhou Tanhua's eyes. "I don't know. Maybe the Sword Emperor's eyes are controlling him." "Be careful," Little Sovereign replied solemnly. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to find a way to subdue Zhou Tanhua. As their eyes met, Little Sovereign immediately cast the Extreme Nightmare Abyss, creating a dream to hypnotize Zhou Tanhua. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his consciousness explode as his vision was filled with a bright light. There was a figure in front of him that he couldn't look at directly. "This kid is destined to become the strongest law. You don't deserve him. Let him go, or I will slaughter the Emperor's Sword Divine Range." The Sword Emperor's voice came. His tone was filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji immediately became angry when he heard this. He said in a deep voice, "You want to threaten me? Just you." The Sword Emperor couldn't kill him with his own hands. Naturally, he wouldn't be too afraid of the Sword Emperor. "Very well, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You will regret it." The Sword Emperor coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji immediately used his divine will to forcibly break the dazzling illusion around him. The Sword Emperor didn't dare to attack him. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop Zhou Xuanji's resistance. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant that could be easily trampled to death. When Zhou Xuanji returned to reality, Zhou Tanhua was frantically attacking him. But no matter how he swung his sword, he couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji. The invading saint body could not only ignore the law, but it also had a very strong defense. How could Zhou Tanhua hurt Zhou Xuanji without borrowing the Sword Emperor's power? Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and stabbed it. Zhou Tanhua instantly lost his strength and collapsed in his arms. The soft velvety sword's grade was very low, but with Zhou Xuanji's divine energy, the soft velvety sword's power underwent a qualitative change. He picked up Zhou Tanhua and flew towards the Emperor's sword divine range. After returning to the divine range, he summoned his avatar Panjin, demon god Tianwu, demon god Nanming, demon god Jihuang, and demon ancestor to jointly suppress Zhou Tanhua. He unleashed his divine powers and countless sword shadows appeared in the surroundings of the Emperor's sword divine range. The sword tips pointed outwards and densely packed together, surrounding the huge Emperor's sword divine range. This scene caused all the nearby living beings to widen their eyes. What happened? Is that the Emperor's sword divine range? Are they preparing for war? What a terrifying divine ability! It must be Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that someone wants to attack the Emperor's sword divine range? Will the Emperor's sword divine range attack the surrounding divine ranges? It's possible. The creatures fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. The neighboring divine ranges were in an uproar as well. The various range masters unleashed their protective range formation in preparation for the Emperor's sword divine range's attack. The Kunlun cosmos fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji's divine ability attracted all the disciples' attention. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, Daoya Old Man, and the others found him. He didn't hide anything and told them the truth. Everyone turned pale with fright when they learned that Zhou Xuanji was going to destroy the Emperor's sword divine range. The talent and fortune of the Emperor's sword divine range was almost the same as the main body. And the other party was Zhou Xuanji, who had reached the highest stage of growth, the sovereign. Could the Emperor's sword divine range resist the attack of the sovereign? Is he crazy? Why does he want to attack his own son? Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in anger. But as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Jiang Shui glared at her. Chang Xian worriedly said, "Your Emperor's sword divine range can't attack you, but he can destroy the Emperor's sword divine range. How can you guard against such a situation? He's the sovereign. He's definitely not alone. He might have brought many experts from the anti-Kunlun." As soon as she said this, everyone panicked even more. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but furrow his brow. He just realized that he had overlooked this problem. The Sword Emperor was the sovereign. How could the sovereign not have powerful subordinates? Everyone fell into silence. Should we call back all the disciples of the Emperor's sword court? Xian Daoya asked. He also looked nervous. Who could remain calm in the face of the strongest in the Origin court? Zhou Xuanji pondered and said, "Forget it, let them continue to train outside. Maybe this will save them from trouble. The Sword Emperor is the sovereign, after all. He won't go to deal with those disciples outside just to deal with me. Their cultivation is not high." Everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. "Zhou Xuanji, come out." A loud roar resounded throughout the Emperor's sword divine range. Everyone, including Zhou Xuanji, was so shocked that they immediately sent out their divine senses. There were 7 figures outside the divine range. They were Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, and Beixiao Wangjian. Each of them had a powerful aura and had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. They were all Emperor Sword Emperors from the Anti-Kunlun. They are so strong. Huang Lianxin's snow-white forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. These guys, whose cultivation was similar to hers, had actually grown to this level. Zhou Xuanji left after leaving a sentence. You guys wait, don't come out. He came to the Kunlun universe with a single step. The Yu Xing Chang broken sword and previous life dream realization sword appeared in his hand. 7 pairs of eyes fell on him. Some were mocking, some were complicated, some were mocking, and some were filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji, you dare to stop my revered teacher's plan. You must die, Xiao Jinghong said with a sinister smile as he raised his sword. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and grinned evilly. His personality was completely different from the calm Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Didn't I teach you before? Xiao Jinghong heard him, and his face turned livid. TSK. Just like Master, your mouth is so sharp. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Not bad. Kill him. Origin Fusion Divine Lord is Air Ming. I reckon that he has the power of 7 Ming. We can't let him continue to grow. Be careful of his swords. Not just his swords, but his eyes too. The other 6 spoke one after another. Each of them drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Greatly Divine Suppressor technique. Countless Greatly avatars flew out from his body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong and the others. Boom, 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 a great battle broke out. The Greatly avatars were slain one after another. Xiao Jinghong and the others charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed like phantoms. Zhou Xuanji's swords were equally fast and blocked each of their attacks. His eyes beamed with a purple radiance as he used the suppressing the universe and froze the entire universe. The 7 slowed down. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji's purple sword qi burst out from his body and turned into a vast ocean that covered a radius of billions of miles. Delusion Sword Sea. Be careful, Chen Bantian said in a deep voice. Next, he turned into a gigantic yellow dragon that rampaged in the Sea of Swords. Chapter 8:27. It's really exactly the same, Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Facing his beloved disciples and sword slaves, he showed no mercy. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura skyrocketed. His hands danced like the wind. Sword qi swept across the surroundings with unstoppable momentum. The delusional sword sea surged. Even though Xiao Jinghong and the others dodged, the sword qi was still absorbed by the delusional sword sea and came back at them. It was like reincarnation. Master's reverse body indeed, Ning Zifeng said, gritting his teeth. His eyes were burning with rage. He held his sword with both hands and chanted a spell that Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand. Bolts of lightning wrapped around his body like sword qi, silver and sharp. His robe fluttered non-stop, and his pupils turned silver blue. Numerous blue swords of light appeared behind him, opening like a fan and stacking into a full circle. He swung his sword with the tip pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The blue swords of light behind him shot out simultaneously. These blue swords of light quickly turned into a blue statue of a god. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. It raised the giant sword in its hand and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. The delusional sword sea was pushed away by the blue statue. Its giant sword was about to land on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the face of danger. He looked up and opened his eyes. 2 exterminating divine lights swept out and instantly covered the blue statue, immobilizing it. Ning Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he mumbled to himself, such powerful divine power. Origin Fusion Divine Lord Air Ming already had such powerful divine power. What would happen if he reached the peak of Origin Fusion Divine Lord? Lin Chang'e and Zhao Tsongjian rushed to Zhou Xuanji's front and back and besieged him. Their swords were the fastest among the 7. They had almost surpassed the definition of speed. The 2 swords in their hands turned into billions of swords and attacked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated the inverse chaos divine ability and turned their attacks around. They were horrified. They couldn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts rose rapidly. He became extremely mysterious. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. The soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows, sucking Lin Chang'e and Zhao Tsongjian into it. Northern Valiant Sword was enraged. He turned into countless afterimages and attacked. Every afterimage turned into a flaming sword with great momentum, creating many gaps in the delusional thoughts sea of swords. The scene was spectacular. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. The delusional sword sea exploded, bombarding the entire universe. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding divine veins were protected by vein-protecting formations and only shook slightly. Intense light filled the Kunlun universe, making countless living beings nervous. The experts of the various divine ranges were all watching. So powerful! Where did those guys come from? Zhou Xuanji is still more powerful. There is actually someone in the Kunlun origin court who has such attainments in the sword Dao, who said magic treasures are mere worldly possessions. Look at this vast sword Qi, it's a complete fusion of man and sword. Who is targeting Zhou Xuanji? Will it affect us? Everyone, be careful. Don't leave the divine range. While the various divine ranges were engaged in discussions, the members of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range were even more anxious. Jiang Shui clasped her hands before her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Shaoxian cheered loudly for Zhou Xuanji. Seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat the reverse bodies one after another, she was extremely excited. He's really amazing, Ren Niming muttered to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. Ever since he was subdued by Zhou Xuanji, he thought of establishing his own sect. But Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that he was reluctant to leave. By following Zhou Xuanji, he could enjoy all kinds of resources. If he were to rely on himself, only God knew if he could climb to such a level. Seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now, he felt extremely complicated. As destiny, he suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. In the vast Kunlun origin court, what was the rule of destiny? Sheng Tiandao, barbarian god Huangluo, Qiu Hu, Si Mengyan, Su Qing, and the old beggar felt the same way. However, they were already convinced by Zhou Xuanji. Other than feeling their own weakness, they were more excited. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability and various sword Dao divine abilities to defeat Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Meng Tianlang. He had already figured out the strength of these 5. They were not a big threat to him. What he was most worried about was that the Sword Emperor had other more powerful subordinates. In the end, all 5 reverse bodies were sucked into the Soul Source Orb and suppressed. They no longer had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. Zhou Xuanji turned around and prepared to return to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. At this moment, applause came from behind him. He looked back and saw the Sword Emperor looking at him with a faint smile. The two stood facing each other. One had an evil smile on his face, while the other looked calm. This scene was captured by the divine will of many creatures. To Zhou Xuanji? Is that Zhou Fa? No, could he be the Sword Emperor? It's him. I saw him destroy the divine ranges with my own eyes. At that time, I thought it was Zhou Xuanji's doing. Oh my God, what's going on? Zhou Fa, Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor. Could they be from the same race? You think they are triplets? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked by the appearance of Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Emperor. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range had a weird look on their faces. However, they were not too excited because of Zhou Fa. At this moment, they were all worried for Zhou Xuanji. The other party was the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun, a horrifying existence that had destroyed hundreds of divine ranges. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't you angry?" The Sword Emperor mocked, "Why should I be angry? I have so many sword slaves. It's a good time to test your power." "Not bad, you are even more powerful than me at the same time. Your constitution is not simple. Could it be the legendary exalted invasion physique? You should have cultivated it in the space-time chaos. TSK, that girl is really loyal to you." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt more and more satisfied. It was as if he was looking at a mirror. There was no atmosphere of mortal enemies. "With your power, do you still need to wait for the divine ranges to compromise?" Zhou Xuanji asked the question that he had been wondering the most. The Sword Emperor shook his head and smiled. "I'm not the sovereign here." "That's right. It's because you are not the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court that you have not reached the level of invincibility." Nanmutiani's voice came suddenly. Thousands of meters away, a hole was torn open in the void. Nanmutiani walked out from it, followed by the 12 Ancestor. The 12 Ancestor each held a chain in their hand. They were connected together as though they were tying an invisible object. Zhou Xuanji glanced over, and his pupils contracted immediately. Holy Ghost! The undying existence that would bring misfortune wherever he went. He suddenly laughed. Nanmutiani was really daring. The Sword Emperor could also see the Holy Ghost. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You want to defeat me with him? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if the sovereign who created him came, your Anti-Kunlun would still be destroyed." Swoosh! A sword light rose from the top of his head and turned into a gigantic sword that was millions of meters tall. It was shining with a blinding light. Chapter 828. Seeing that the Sword Emperor was still arrogant and disdainful of the Holy Ghost, Nanmutiani said coldly, "Sword Emperor, since you are not afraid, then give it a try." He waved his right hand, and the chains in the 12 Ancestors' hands broke instantly. The ferocious and formless Holy Ghost roared and charged toward the Sword Emperor. The gigantic sword of light above the Sword Emperor's head spun at high speed. A violent gale blew, shaking the universe and preventing the Holy Ghost from getting close. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately moved away from the Sword Emperor. The nearby divine ranges were shaken by the violent gale. The divine range protection array trembled violently as though it would break at any moment. Nanmutiani channeled his divine energy to resist the wind pressure. The 12 Ancestor did the same. Looking at the dazzling gigantic sword of light, they were extremely nervous. "This guy is too powerful. Are we really going to fight him? For the Origin Court. Why can't the Holy Ghost get close? Isn't it invisible and unaffected by divine energy? This guy did not obtain the sovereign's power from the Kunlun Origin Court. How can he be so powerful? His sword's Tao is extraordinary. We must be careful." The 12 Ancestor communicated telepathically. They were afraid that the Sword Emperor would kill them. If they were not afraid of death, the Kunlun Origin Court would not have ended up like this. The divine ranges were killing each other. The violent gale did not stop. Instead, it grew stronger. The Sword Emperor, facing the gigantic sword of light, laughed condescendingly. "Are you afraid?" Before Nanmutiani and the others could reply, the sword of light above his head exploded. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred and he fainted. Everything turned pale. Nothingness, absolute darkness. Zhou Xuanji felt a gust of hot wind in his daze. He slowly regained consciousness. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a gigantic dragon head. Its body was like the surface of a volcano. Its eyes were crimson, and smoke was coming out of its nostrils. The smoke landed on his body and fluttered his robe. It was a dark void. Zhou Xuanji was tied to a stone pillar. The pillar's surface was boiling hot, and the surrounding space was rippling visibly. The bottom of the pillar was boundless, and the dragon's body was submerged. Zhou Xuanji looked to the side and saw Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestor. They were also tied to the pillar. They had already woken up. Their heads were lowered and their faces were gloomy. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Why had the Sword Emperor not killed them? Although the Sword Emperor couldn't kill him personally, he could find someone else to kill him. What was that fellow thinking? He couldn't figure it out. His mind was a mess. He took a deep breath and asked, "What on earth happened? What is the situation in the Kunlun Origin Court?" No one answered him. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was silent. After a while, Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse. "Are you all King dead?" These people were the pillars of the Kunlun Origin Court, but now they were all dejected like walking corpses. How could he not be angry? "Sigh, let's give up. Our divine power has already been absorbed by the Sword Emperor. There's no hope for us to escape." Nanmutiani sighed. He seemed to be in a trance, and no longer had the elegance of the past. The 12 ancestors kept their mouths shut as if they were dead. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Then what do you know?" Nanmutiani glanced at him with hollow eyes and said faintly, "We have already lost. Don't ask any more. I don't know either. You and I can't do anything now." Just like Zhou Xuanji, they woke up in this place. They were once as furious as Zhou Xuanji, but the disappearance of their divine power pushed them into the abyss of despair. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He realized that his origin fusion divine power was still there. Why did the Sword Emperor leave him alone with cultivation? Just because he was the Sword Emperor's reincarnation? Something's wrong. There must be other reasons. Nanmutiani stopped talking, and Zhou Xuanji began to think of a solution. He must escape and return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. What he was most worried about was the Sword Emperor destroying the Emperor's Sword Divine range. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Zhou Xuanji decided to act. He activated the inverse chaos divine ability to deflect the suppressive force from the chains and escape. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors looked at him instinctively. Next, they were all stunned. They were dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. "You? How did you do it?" an ancestor asked in a trembling voice. Their confidence had been destroyed by the Sword Emperor's power. How could Zhou Xuanji, who was weaker than them, break free from the seal? Nanmutiani's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, "Your divine power is still there?" Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and prepared to rescue them. These people were the top experts of the Kunlun Origin Court. One more meant one more force. Just when he was about to act, he felt a strong hand clasping his shoulder. He turned around instinctively and saw Ren Niming behind him, looking at him with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free but he couldn't. This guy must be Ren Niming's reincarnation. Damn, the anti-Kunlun has already invaded the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking vigilant. Ren Niming said in a cold voice, "Where do you think you are going?" He swung his right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning before he was thrown onto the stone pillar. The chains wrapped around his body again. When Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, he was already sealed. He looked at Ren Niming and asked in a deep voice, "What the hell do you want?" Ren Niming calmly replied, "Master wants 3,000 geniuses with 15-star aptitude and origin law. You meet this condition. You just wait. We won't take your lives for the time being." The dragon raised its head and spewed billowing dragon flames, burning the void. "How is the Kunlun Origin Court now?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Ren Niming's eyes. Ren Niming coldly snorted and said, "Of course it's fine. Master is the sovereign. He doesn't need to oppress the Origin Court." His figure flickered as he arrived on the dragon's head, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He was in a very irritable mood right now. This feeling of being helpless was really uncomfortable. Don't worry, the Sword Emperor is not nearby. You still have a chance to escape. Little Sovereign's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, making his furrowed brows relax. At this juncture, hearing Little Sovereign's voice made him feel at ease. After all, this guy was also a sovereign. The other party is also a manifestation of destiny. But he is much more advanced than the one under you. He should be the supreme destiny of the Anti-Kunlun. He is extremely powerful. Compared to mortal sovereign, he isn't weak. Little Sovereign continued to speak. Little Sovereign continued to speak with a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, "Then what should I do?" Little Sovereign excitedly replied, "Devour him." Devour? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't understand what Little Sovereign meant. I already understand everything. The reason why that guy kept your cultivation is because he wants you to devour this supreme destiny. Little Sovereign's next words made him even more confused. Chapter 829. The Sword Emperor deliberately left the supreme fate to guard Zhou Xuanji just to let him devour it? This doesn't make sense. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he racked his brain to guess. It's very simple. Because he wants to transcend everything. He doesn't want to be bound by the supreme fate. If you devour the supreme fate, you will become stronger. And if he kills you, there will be no conflict. This is killing two birds with one stone. To put it simply, as long as you devour the supreme fate, the Sword Emperor can kill you with his own hands. Little Sovereign transmitted his voice with a smile. He sounded very excited. Zhou Xuanji was still very puzzled. He asked in his heart, "He has many ways to kill me. Why does he have to beat around the bush like this?" Little Sovereign replied with a faint smile, "Don't you have an energy technique that can absorb other people's cultivation?" Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. Turns out that the Sword Emperor also knows it. If so, does the Sword Emperor have the supreme legendary sword system? Wait a minute. Could it be that there is a miraculous effect by absorbing my reverse fate? Zhou Xuanji thought of many things in an instant. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This guy is too conceited. He thinks that he can eat you. You only have one chance now. Live or die. It's up to you, Little Sovereign sighed. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was a little unlucky. This was the first person in history who was suppressed by his own reverse fate technique. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as his gaze fell on Ren Niming. Ren Niming is very strong. How can I devour his cultivation? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw a figure flying over. It was the Holy Ghost. It quietly approached the giant dragon sneakily with a horrifying and hideous smile on its face. Why is it here? Zhou Xuanji thought in surprise. Could it be that the Sword Emperor didn't capture the Holy Ghost? No. The Sword Emperor deliberately released the Holy Ghost to help him devour Ren Niming. Thinking of this, he looked at Ren Niming with pity in his eyes. This is the result of following the wrong person. Zhou Xuanji once again used the inverse chaos divine ability to break free from the shackles of the iron chains. He then used the sword fusion technique to fuse all the legendary swords into his body. Holding the lesser supreme sword, he walked toward Ren Niming step by step. On the dragon's head, Ren Niming opened his eyes and asked with a frown, "What kind of divine ability do you have? Why can't I seal you?" He raised his hand and waved it behind him, easily repelling the Holy Ghost. He stood up as well, and a blood moon appeared above his head. It was like a crescent blade, emitting an extremely oppressive aura in the dark void. He looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully and said, "If you insist on suffering, then don't blame me." Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. With a flash of sword light, the blood moon suddenly descended and blocked his blade. Separated by the blood moon, Ren Niming's expression was still so cold. A clone of Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared behind him. The two of them attacked at the same time, using their palms as sharp blade. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and used suppressing the universe to freeze the void. However, Ren Niming's palm did not slow down. He could only use the inverse chaos divine art to reverse the direction of Ren Niming and his avatar. Ren Niming felt that Zhou Xuanji had disappeared into thin air and was greatly shocked. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, and he immediately dodged. Zhou Xuanji's sword missed. The inverse chaos divine art is really omnipotent, Nan Mutiani sighed in amazement as he watched Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming fight. The 12 ancestors also saw hope. They were all praying for Zhou Xuanji. As long as Zhou Xuanji could defeat his opponent, they would have a chance to escape. Fighting with all their might was better than living a life worse than death. Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was not as good as Ren Niming's, but with the inverse chaos divine art, he could contend with Ren Niming. After a few exchanges, Ren Niming became more and more furious. He could no longer maintain his cold expression. He felt that he was being played. Very good. Do you really think you can defeat me with such a small divine ability? Ren Niming said coldly. Suddenly, his body exploded into black and white qi that spread out. Zhou Xuanji was quickly engulfed by the black and white qi. He did not panic but activated the Great Li Avatar. Hundreds of thousands of Great Li Avatars flew out and scattered the black and white mist. Bomb! Ren Niming's knee hit Zhou Xuanji's chest and sent him flying. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a burning pain in his chest. Two strange and domineering forces drilled into his body, destroying his bones and muscles. Fortunately, his extermination saint physique was powerful enough. After activating the world internalization, he instantly suppressed these two forces and fused them into his own divine energy. Ren Niming raised his brow. His expression changed drastically. How could it be? His power of destiny had been absorbed? A chill ran down his spine, and he suddenly thought of the Sword Emperor. That's right. He is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor is him. Ren Niming did not dare to be careless anymore. He drew out a spear from his left sleeve and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with one hand. The spear's radiance arrived first. The tip of the spear pointed, and millions of stars flew out. The stars grew larger and crashed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and activated the ultimate Chaos Dao. His sword qi wreaked havoc and shattered the stars one after another. A violent gale blew at Nan Mutiani and the 12 ancestors, forcing them to lower their heads. The giant dragon did not join the battle but looked at Ren Niming and Zhou Xuanji with squinted eyes. Zhou Xuanji got close to the dragon and attacked with all his might. He was prepared to launch a barrage of attacks. At the same time, in the higher darkness there was a sphere of light. The Sword Emperor was in it. He sat on a throne made of many swords. His eyes reflected the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Destiny, it's time for you to put an end to those thoughts of yours. It's not a shame for you to die in my hands." He laughed mockingly as if Ren Niming had already died tragically. Suddenly, a figure of light appeared beside him. He half knelt and said in a deep voice, "Sovereign, the seal of the Anti-Kunlun Sovereign of Darkness is about to be broken." The Sword Emperor was not moved by this. He still smiled calmly and said, "Let's talk about it after it's broken." The figure of light nodded and continued, "In addition, I also found the whereabouts of the Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. It turns out that he did not leave but reincarnated in Anti-Kunlun. His fate is closely related to your reincarnation. I haven't found out the reason yet." The Sword Emperor raised his brow and slightly frowned. "Connected to my reincarnation's fate?" Zhou Tanhua's face suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Could it be that brat?" No. Although that brat's talent was outstanding, he was just a source law. How could he be the reincarnation of the sovereign? The Sword Emperor fell into deep thought. Sovereign Zhou Xuanji cannot be left alive. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The figure of light continued to persuade. His tone was thought-provoking. The Sword Emperor snorted and said, I have my own conclusion. Next, you need to stabilize the passage between the two worlds. Prepare for the war between the two worlds at any time. In the future, it may be a game between the three sovereigns. It will be unprecedented. We must be prepared. Yes, the figure of light replied. He waited for a few breaths. After confirming that the Sword Emperor had no further instructions, he left. The Sword Emperor sat on the sword throne. His eyes flickered as he murmured, Will that dream come true? Humph! Even if it comes true, I will destroy it with my own hands. Chapter 830. Zhou Xuanji did not know that the Sword Emperor was looking at him. He was fully focused on fighting Ren Niming and thinking about how to defeat him. This Ren Niming was the supreme fate of the anti-Kunlun. His strength was unfathomable, and his divine power was inexhaustible. He was also proficient in many strange divine arts, which made him feel helpless. If not for the inverse chaos divine ability and the absolute infestation saint form, Zhou Xuanji would have lost without a doubt. His sword principle couldn't hurt Ren Niming at all. Ren Niming's heart was equally heavy, and he was even more nervous than Zhou Xuanji. His cultivation far surpassed Zhou Xuanji's, and he was supreme fate. Yet, he had been toyed with by Zhou Xuanji. How could he not be angry? This was the Kunlun origin court, and he couldn't use his fate power to its fullest, causing such an awkward scene. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji and countless great Li avatars moved around Ren Niming. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and Ren Niming was beaten senseless by the inverse chaos divine ability. Damn it! If this goes on, Ren Niming gritted his teeth. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji would absorb his divine energy with each attack. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji would also become more powerful and even surpass him. Thinking of this, Ren Niming became even more anxious. Zhou Xuanji had been looking for an opportunity. All the divine energy in the Tianxia map poured into the Soul Source Orb. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian's divine energy was also sucked dry and condensed together, ready to erupt at any time. This divine power was ready to be unleashed. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to kill Ren Niming with one strike. Very good, let's wear him out like this. Little Sovereign's voice reached Zhou Xuanji's ears. He sounded extremely excited. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but focused on the battle. During the battle, he had an inexplicable epiphany. His understanding of the destiny law. A very long time ago, he'd suffered a blow from destiny, and he'd almost died. Ren Niming's destiny law was far stronger than the heavenly law universe's destiny law. In such an intense battle, he could clearly feel the existence of the destiny law. The 12 ancestors of law began to discuss. They all saw hope. Zhou Xuanji has a chance to win. What exactly is his divine ability? This is the first time I've seen such a mystical divine ability. I have to be quick in case the Sword Emperor notices. I feel like he's already lurking around. I feel like I'm being watched. No, it's very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to win in a short time. It's already very impressive that he could fight to this extent. They watched the battle nervously while discussing it. Nanmutiani said nothing, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. The battle continued. The Holy Ghost sneaked over again and tried to sneak attack Ren Niming, but it was blocked by the power of fate. Misfortune was actually a branch of fate, so the Holy Ghost was nothing to Ren Niming. However, Ren Niming couldn't kill him. The Holy Ghost was forced back again and again, but it didn't compromise. Instead, it became even more furious. How annoying! Ren Niming's eyes were cold and his heart was burning with anger. Why did the Holy Ghost come out? What was Ji Zun doing? You can't even handle a Holy Ghost? His pupils constricted as if he thought of something. His body trembled, and he hurriedly pulled away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji noticed the look in his eyes and immediately understood that he already knew the scheme behind all of this. At this moment, a ray of black light that was indistinguishable from his physical body and divine sense descended and quickly enveloped Ren Niming. Zhou Xuanji, who had the perfect exterminating divine eyes, saw everything clearly. In the eyes of Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestor, Ren Niming suddenly stopped for no reason. Zhou Xuanji wouldn't stop. Taking advantage of the victory, the soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows. Boom! A ray of purple light containing extremely horrifying origin fusion divine power burst out. It tore through the space and swept past Ren Niming instantly. The exterminating divine light, which had been accumulating for a long time, directly turned Ren Niming into ashes. At the same time, an unimaginably massive divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. World internalization. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map and the soul source orb to help him absorb most of the divine power, lest he explode and die. Fortunately, he had the absolute infiltration saint physique. He could quickly convert the origin fusion divine power of others. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors' jaws dropped. What did they just see? Zhou Xuanji killed Ren Niming instantly. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji didn't let his guard down, nor did he go to save Ren Niming. Instead, he remained motionless. He could feel the invisible pressure. The Sword Emperor was spying on him. He could attack at any time. What should I do next? Let him do whatever he wants? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor, it would have been very difficult for him to kill Ren Niming. Now that the Sword Emperor had made a move, it meant that the Sword Emperor was already next to him. He might even be staring at him, waiting for an opportunity. Get ready to escape. I will mobilize my soul power. Stay alert. Don't relax. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind before he started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestor were stunned. He left just like that? The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared where Zhou Xuanji had disappeared. Nanmutiani and the others immediately lowered their heads in fear. What's going on? Could it be that the sovereign's soul is helping him? The Sword Emperor furrowed his brow. His face was gloomy. Anger flashed in his eyes. He was angry at himself for neglecting the sovereign's soul. He swept his divine will, trying to track Zhou Xuanji. But he wasn't the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He couldn't see the Kunlun Origin Court and all the universes below it at a glance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji blinked. He felt the world spinning. His body was squeezed by a terrifying force. It was extremely uncomfortable. After a long while, he finally landed on the ground. He propped his hands on the ground as he knelt on the slippery mud. He shook his head and looked up, trying to wake himself up. The pitter-patter of rain fell on his body and into the mud. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Sovereign then emerged and sighed. You finally escaped. Kid, next, you should absorb the divine power of the Supreme Destiny. Try to become stronger first. He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would go back for the Emperor's Sword divine range. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He slowly straightened his upper body and looked around. This was a mountainous area shrouded in dark clouds. The forest was covered in a layer of mist. A few black wolves were lying on the ground under the trees in the distance, looking at him nervously. Other than them, there were no other creatures. He didn't look for a place to take shelter from the rain. Instead, he sat down and meditated. I can use this rain to wake myself up. He began to absorb Rin Nimink's origin fusion divine power. It wasn't just divine power but also the supreme destiny rule. It wasn't the credit of world internalization but the soul source orb. Seizing the rule, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the origin fusion divine lord level 3. The lesser supreme sword floated behind him, protecting him. Suddenly, two figures flew over from the horizon. It was a man and a woman. They were flying on their swords toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 831. A man and a woman flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They were dressed in similar blue ancient clothing and looked like a celestial couple. The woman looked like a celestial being and was beautiful and graceful. The man had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. They chatted as they flew. Soon, the woman discovered Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and said in surprise, "There's someone ahead. He's cultivating in the rain?" The man heard him and looked over. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji. He frowned. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's back, he felt an indescribable sense of unease. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. "Junior sister, let's take a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble," the man said in a low voice. The woman nodded, having no objections. The pair immediately changed their direction and distanced themselves from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed them passing by, but he did not open his eyes and focused on cultivating. He had used his divine will to scan this world. It was a great thousand world, and the continent was as vast as the Wanshan Great Thousand. There were countless races living here. Of course, in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, this world was incredibly small. The pair of brother and sister left and never came back. In the following period of time, no one came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. With the absolute invasion saint form, the rules of the tribulation did not dare to obstruct him, so he broke through very easily and did not cause too much of a commotion. 3 enlightened origin fusion divine lords. At this level, he could use the reverse divine sword and the non-existence divine sword. First, he took out the reverse sword. The sword was silver gray in color and the blade was a little thick, but it did not feel heavy when he held it. As for the non-existence godly sword, he naturally could not see it. It was almost non-existent, but Zhou Xuanji could sense its presence. These 2 omni-fusion divine swords contained power that surpassed all the previous divine swords. This sword is not simple. Also, there seems to be some kind of power around you. Little Supreme Being said in bewilderment as his soul body flew out of the lesser supreme sword. At this time, the sky was clear and boundless. The lesser supreme sword stood in the middle of the grass, shining with a strange light under the sunlight. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to him. He stored the 2 legendary swords and continued to absorb Rin Nimink's astral fusion divine power. About 10 minutes passed. "I finally found you," the Sword Emperor's voice suddenly sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes in shock. He immediately got up and took out the reverse sword and non-existence sword, preparing to fight. The Sword Emperor stood in mid-air and looked down at him with a smile that was not a smile. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Sword Emperor would find him as soon as he broke through. Although his cultivation had multiplied, it was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor didn't make a move. Instead, he was sizing him up. "As expected, you are absorbing the supreme destiny. Impressive. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Emperor Sword Divine Range is safe and sound." The Sword Emperor smiled. His smile was so cold that it made people shudder. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. Not only did he not heave a sigh of relief when the Sword Emperor didn't attack him, but he was also very unhappy. He hated this kind of helpless situation. "I originally wanted to kill you, but now I need a helper to help me deal with the two sovereigns. Once you and I win, I will not endanger the Kunlun origin court. I just want to advance to a higher realm. At that time, let me devour 3,000 origin rules. I can leave a part of each of them. This way, I can ensure the normal development of the Kunlun origin court, the Sword Emperor said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite stunned. Join forces? Two sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the long-lost sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. That guy is still alive. From what the Sword Emperor said, that sovereign will be back soon. The Sword Emperor landed in front of him and said, "My subordinates found out that your sovereign is not dead. He has reincarnated, and he is related to your fate. This means that you know him, and it's not just a simple acquaintance." Zhou Xuanji was the same as the Sword Emperor. He immediately thought of Zhou Tanhua. He couldn't help but frown. He shouldn't be your son. His fate has just begun. There are no traces of his previous life, the Sword Emperor said, shaking his head with a smile. This dispelled Zhou Xuanji's worries. He asked, "In that case, why did you take my son away?" The Sword Emperor smiled and explained, "He was very talented. He was the same in the Kunlun origin court where I was. But that kid died early. Back then, the evil Sky Divine Range was besieged. Origin Court War God was taken away. In order to save him, Beast Sovereign used me as a ransom. That kid Tanhua died in front of me to save me. This is also why I hate Origin Court War God so much." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow again. Why is this past the same as the future Zhou Fa saw? He asked doubtfully, "Wasn't Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God at odds with each other in your place?" Origin Court War God was killed by Beast Sovereign himself. The Sword Emperor shook his head and explained with a smile, "Origin Court War God betrayed the evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The two became enemies. It's that simple." Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly fell into a trance. What is the relationship between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun origin court? If it's the opposite, why is the development trajectory so similar? Little Sovereign suddenly flew out. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Junior, what are you plotting? You can't talk about the matter between the two realms like this. It will cause chaos." The Sword Emperor glanced at him and said with a contemptuous smile, "That's you. What I'm going to do is what you dare not to do." Hearing this, Little Sovereign opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't tell me you want to." The Sword Emperor shook his head and turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He was extremely curious. He asked, "What are you talking about?" Little Sovereign replied, "You will be qualified to know all this when you step into the Sovereign pursuing realm. If you know in advance, you will die a very ugly death." The Sword Emperor nodded with a smile. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Sword Emperor and asked, "What are your plans next?" The situation forced him to bow his head. Since the Sword Emperor didn't want to kill him, he had to seize the opportunity to survive and counterattack in the future. "You should go back and become stronger first. That sovereign will definitely come into contact with you in the future. At that time, if you find out his identity, give this sword to him or use this sword to hurt him." The Sword Emperor flipped his right hand, and a small green jade sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Zhou Xuanji. After taking it, Zhou Xuanji began to play with the sword. This small green jade sword didn't seem to be anything special. Zhou Xuanji swept it with his divine will and couldn't sense any energy from it. It was like a toy from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will play tricks on you?" The Sword Emperor smiled meaningfully and said, "You better pray that the sovereign dies. If he wins, you won't be able to become the sovereign for a long time. If I win, I can help you ascend to the sovereign's position." Chapter 832. The sword. Thearka's words were filled with attraction. How many living beings could reject the position of a supreme being? Becoming a supreme was tantamount to becoming the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Although the position of a supremacy was replaced by the old, the shortest period of a supremacy's reign was hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Xuanji did not have the right to refuse, so he could only agree. After that, he asked the Sword Dharch to release Nanmutiani and the others as well. After all, Nanmutiani was considered half a subordinate of his. The Sword Emperor had no objections and agreed. Then, the Sword Emperor left and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. Little Sovereign floated to the side, not saying a word. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he lamented, "What a great Sword Emperor! This is truly a good method. If you succeed, perhaps you can really become the most powerful supreme being throughout the ages." Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, asked, "What do you mean? The most powerful supreme being?" Currently, the position of a supreme martial artist was not too far away from him. He naturally wanted to understand this domain. Supremes are also divided into strong and weak. Since ancient times, the strongest should be a cardinal heaven expert. At that time, he also encountered attacks from other supremes, but with absolute strength, he instantly killed the predecessors, created the divine meridians, and expanded many rules. Be it in terms of strength or contribution, he is second to none. Little Sovereign replied with a look of reminiscence on his face. However, since ancient times, it's extremely rare for the anti-Kunlun Supremes to slaughter their way to the Kunlun origin court, let alone become the strongest Supremes. Zhou Xuanji's emotions surged as he listened, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Cardinal Heaven, the title of the strongest supreme martial artist. It was unknown if such an existence was still alive. I've always been curious. Since paragons are invincible, why would there be paragons appearing one after another? The previous paragons all went to explore unknown domains, so what are these so-called unknown domains? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. This was his biggest doubt. Little Supreme said meaningfully, "The unknown domain is a blank space that the mind can't think of. The Supremes created it with their supreme power. It is above the Kunlun origin court. It belongs to a higher level. Only the Supremes can step into it. Others can't even feel its existence, let alone step into it. Every single supreme being opens a different higher plane, so it's very easy to get lost within. Back then, I tried it and almost died. In the end, I was saved by your opportunity, becoming a soul body." When he mentioned this, he was a little proud, as if he was very proud. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that my serendipity comes from a higher realm?" It was also very difficult to find the origin of the two words Hongmeng in the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe it is. With the development of sovereigns, there are too many fields and things that I don't understand." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind before focusing on his cultivation. Ren Niming's divine power was huge enough for him to continue breaking through. Previously, it took a long time because of the interference of the Supreme Fate, but now that he had removed the Supreme Fate and moved it into the Soul Source Orb, the next step was much more convenient. In less than half a month, he forcefully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Fourth Enlightened, and his divine power was far greater than before. He got up and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, he planned to absorb Supreme Fate in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a woman flying toward him. The woman's clothes were covered in blood. Her hair was messy, and she was holding a short sword in her hand. From time to time, she would look back. Obviously, she was being chased. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her but didn't care. "Senior, save me." The The woman suddenly cried out. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but take another look at her. He suddenly remembered. Isn't this woman the senior brother and junior sister I met before? In this world, he had seen these two people. Naturally, he had memories of them. It was fate that brought us together. Never mind. Zhou Xuanji was waiting for her to fly over. Behind her, thousands of cultivators flew over like an army of locusts. All of them were stepping on their artifact. Their cultivation was very weak, far from the saint realm. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, they were no different from mortals. The woman flew behind him and cried out in horror, "Senior, save me! I will give you a treasure after this." Zhou Xuanji's face was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, he directly teleported all the cultivators to the other side of this world. The woman was stunned. She was immediately dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji stepped into the air and prepared to leave. "Senior, this treasure is for you. To repay you for saving my life," the woman said anxiously. She flipped her right hand and took out a crescent moon-shaped jade. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have noticed something. He raised his right hand and the crescent moon-shaped jade fell into his hand. Immediately afterward, he disappeared from the spot. The woman was stunned. She hurriedly called out, "Senior? Senior?" Unfortunately, no matter how she called out, Zhou Xuanji didn't show up because he had already left this world. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji was flying on the Lesser Supreme Sword while playing with the crescent moon-shaped jade in his hand. This thing actually contains a trace of the power of law. Interesting. Little Sovereign, floating above Zhou Xuanji's head, said in amazement. The power of law in the crescent moon-shaped jade was very thin. It was almost non-existent. But in this mortal world, it seemed very special. Zhou Xuanji carefully observed this trace of power of law. He felt a little familiar. It was very similar to the power of time and space. Back in the passage between the two worlds, he had been with the law of time and space day and night. It should be related to the passage between the two worlds. It seems that Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun are getting closer. Once they merge, it will cause unprecedented consequences. Everything may change, Little Sovereign murmured to himself, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Xuanji crushed the crescent moon-shaped jade and directly absorbed the power of law inside. As for the matter of the two worlds getting closer, he didn't think much about it. As long as I can kill the Sword Emperor, this matter can be solved. He flew forward at full speed. A few hours later, he returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. The Emperor's Sword Divine Range didn't suffer any damage. It was just that the atmosphere was very quiet. No one was walking around the various layers of the city. It was very desolate. "I'm back. Don't worry, disciples." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, making everyone excited and pleasantly surprised. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating, also opened their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came up to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was studying arrays under a tree. She wasn't surprised to see Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "I knew you were still alive." Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and said with a smile, "I can't die for you." Next, he took the initiative to talk about what had happened during this period of time. Jiang Shui listened quietly. After he finished, she asked with a frown, "Then, the most dangerous time is coming. Before, you were only targeted by the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor. But later on, you might anger the current sovereign." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then shook his head and said with a smile, "I can only deal with it when it comes." Although he was smiling on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. He desperately needed to become stronger. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji returned to the cultivation palace to cultivate in seclusion. After entering the palace, just as he sat down, a bright purple light suddenly burst out of his eyes. Chapter 833. The abnormality of the exterminating divine eyes made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. They even stung a little. He immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. He saw strands of power of destiny pouring into the exterminating divine eyes from the soul source orb. The exterminating divine eyes were absorbing the power of destiny. It contained the power of time and space. It seemed that the crescent jade had catalyzed this process. Zhou Xuanji calmed down and circulated his energy to help the exterminating divine eyes absorb the power of destiny. Perhaps after this, the exterminating divine eyes would undergo a transformation. Little Sovereign also popped up and said excitedly, "Awesome! Brat, your exterminating divine eyes are about to evolve. Strange, fate and space-time rules have such a miraculous effect." He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji, trying to see through him. Zhou Xuanji focused on fusing the exterminating divine eyes and destiny rules. During this process, the discomfort he felt was gradually decreasing. The greatly divine suppressor technique was the most suitable cultivation technique for the exterminating divine eyes. It was a powerful cultivation technique improved by the previous owners of the exterminating divine eyes. It had a great effect on creation. Even the supreme fate could be absorbed. Of course, the soul source orb also played a role in this. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while before entering the lesser supreme sword and continuing to sleep. He had consumed most of his soul power to help Zhou Xuanji escape last time. He needed a long time to recuperate. This time, the evolution took a very long time. It took a full 4 months before the evolution of his exterminating divine eyes was completed. But now, his vision was completely different. As he swept his gaze around, all the disciples fell into his eyes. He could see each other's fate. Some were as thin as smoke, some were as strong as a fire, and some were as violent as a gale. When he focused his attention on these gray chi, he could see the fate of these disciples. Fate really exists. According to a person's character and environment, there would be rules to deduce their fate. The entire system was extremely huge and complicated. Even he, who was a 4 enlightened origin fusion divine lord, couldn't see through it completely. He turned his gaze to Jiang Shui and found that he couldn't see through her fate. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Chang Xian, and the others. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He couldn't see through the fate of those who were close to him, but he could see the fate of those who were relatively distant. He wasn't too shocked. After all, he grasped the supreme fate, which was equivalent to jumping out from fate. Everything related to him was a variable. He smiled and retracted the supreme fate in his exterminating divine eyes, no longer prying into the fate of others. Supreme fate was vast and profound. He had only fused it. If he wanted to fully grasp it, he would need more time to cultivate. No matter what, his exterminating divine eyes had become much stronger. Zhou Xuanji's mood turned for the better. He got up and left the cultivation palace to teach the Emperor's Sword Divine Range disciples. While he was becoming stronger, he also hoped that the Emperor's Sword Divine Range would become stronger as well. The current Kunlun Origin Court was still desolate and tense, and very few creatures dared to go out. All the origin cities were like dead cities. All the living beings were holed up in their respective divine ranges, not daring to come out easily. The Sword Arch was still massacring the divine ranges. The divine ranges that he had found could only survive by handing over a 15-star prodigy or an origin law inheritor. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Sword Emperor. Right now, he did not have the right to stop him. The various super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges frequently interacted with each other. They wanted to gather the strength of various parties through negotiations. Among them, the Tianyi Divine Range, the revered Emperor Divine Range, and the Mortal Divine Range were the most eager. The other 7 Sovereign Divine Ranges were very low-key. They were so low-key that they almost didn't exist. Among the super divine ranges, the most active one was naturally the evil sky divine range. Beast Sovereign was ambitious. He felt that this turmoil was a good opportunity for him to rise. He recruited soldiers and bought horses, taking in those homeless creatures. The Emperor's Sword Divine Range stayed in a corner and didn't participate in the affairs of the world. Zhou Xuanji devoted himself to cultivation. Under his preaching, the cultivation of all the Emperor's Sword Divine Range disciples rose steadily, making the atmosphere in the Divine Range more and more uplifted, sweeping away the previous panic. Another few years passed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Tanhua how to use the exterminating divine eyes. Chang Xian appeared beside him, bowed, and reported, "Master, Tianyi Divine Range's Range Master, Nanmu Tianyi, has come to visit you." Zhou Xuanji replied without turning his head, "Bring him in. That old guy came to see me. Does he have another plan?" Unfortunately, he had already reached an agreement with the Sword Emperor. Nanmu Tianyi reckoned that he didn't know that he would survive. It was Zhou Xuanji who had spoken. Chang Xian left. Soon, she brought Nanmu Tianyi to Zhou Xuanji. The young-looking Zhou Tanhua retracted his eyes and obediently flew to the opposite peak. Nanmu Tianyi looked at him and sighed, "This is your son, right? I have long heard of him. Even the Sword Emperor wants to snatch him." This sentence wasn't a compliment or sarcasm. Zhou Tanhua's talent had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. He had perfectly inherited Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes and cultivation aptitude. At such a young age, he was already breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm. Maybe he could reach the 9 vast heavens in less than 1,000 years. He could be regarded as the star of tomorrow. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Nanmu Tianyi said with a straight face, "Recently, the divine ranges are going to gather all the range masters and integrate the power of all the divine ranges to resist the Sword Emperor. We have the whereabouts of the sovereign. When he returns, he will definitely defeat the Sword Emperor." Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. He asked with a faint smile, "Is the sovereign as strong as the Sword Emperor?" The Sword Emperor was the reverse of him. In his opinion, if he became the sovereign, he would be the strongest among the sovereigns. As for the sovereign, in his impression, he didn't have any particularly great achievements or contributions. He had to be deceived by his subordinate. This made him feel that the sovereign was just SOSO. At least, he was much worse than the other sovereigns. Of course. He's the most powerful existence, Nanmu Tianyi said excitedly. His face and neck instantly turned red. Although the Sword Emperor is the reverse of you, you can't think that he is absolutely invincible. The danger our sovereign encountered in the past wasn't much weaker than now. But he still managed to break through the encirclement and become the sovereign in the decisive battle that concerned the life and death of the Kunlun origin court. He is definitely stronger than the Sword Emperor. At this moment, Nanmu Tianyi was like a crazy fan in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Is he that strong? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Well, tell me, where is the location and when is it?" He didn't say anything about the sovereign's reincarnation lest Nanmu Tianyi questioned him further. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. It's in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. You must arrive in 76 days, Nanmu Tianyi replied. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. He hated the Sword Emperor to the bone. The sovereign was his hope. He couldn't allow Zhou Xuanji to destroy this hope. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Nanmu Tianyi still seemed a little unhappy. He chatted with him briefly before quickly leaving. Zhou Tanhua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, "Is his Tao heart unstable?" Chapter 834. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Zhou Tanhua and snappily said, "He is the sovereign range master. Can a kid like you see through his Tao heart?" Zhou Tanhua scratched his head and smiled, looking a little shy. Father, are you really going next? The Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Even if a sovereign returns and defeats the Sword Emperor, your crisis will not end. Zhou Tanhua reminded. In the battle between the sovereign and the Sword Emperor, no matter who won, Zhou Xuanji's life would be in danger. The Sword Emperor would prove Zhou Xuanji's potential to the sovereign. It could even be said that he was a threat. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "Don't think about things that are too far away. If the Sword Emperor is not defeated, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range will not survive either. Maybe after the Sword Emperor is defeated, I will also have the power to fight against the sovereign. Who knows?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up. That's right. Perhaps his father would have already become a supreme martial artist by then? All right, let's continue cultivating. Zhou Xuanji's tone changed and became stern. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was indeed amazing. In terms of aptitude alone, he wasn't any worse than him. Such a genius was his own son, so there was no need for Zhou Xuanji to hide anything. Now that Zhou Tanhua had grown up and matured, it was time for him to soar into the sky and grow unscrupulously. Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation increased day by day. In the blink of an eye, the day of the gathering of the divine ranges finally arrived. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was quickly shuttling through the universe. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting. Zhou Shaoxian seemed to be the most excited. She clapped her hands and smiled. "Father, this is a great opportunity. If you can grasp it well, you might be able to become the leader of all the divine ranges. How impressive would that be? That's equivalent to half a supreme martial artist." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Why was this girl's personality so similar to Xian Xianghua's? On the contrary, Zhou Tanhua looked like Jiang Shui. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Elder sister, whoever becomes the alliance leader will become the target of public criticism. What would the supreme expert think if he saw this? The enemy is father's face, and the most powerful subordinate is also father." When Zhou Shaoxian heard this, she thought about it and realized that it was indeed not a good idea. If it was her, she most likely would not have a good impression of Zhou Xuanji either. Then I'll really be a spectator this time. Zhou Shaoxian sighed and leaned against the wall. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tanhua and said, "This time, you have to observe carefully. If you become the range master of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range in the future, you have to know about the range masters of the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to distinguish who is worth roping in and who you have to stay away from. Under such circumstances, it is the easiest to see one's nature." Zhou Tanhua nodded, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "Tanhua as the branch master? What do I think? Should I learn from Auntie Xian and establish a sect outside?" After saying that, she actually became excited. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl really looked like Xian Xianghua when she smiled. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile, "All right. How about this, us two siblings will work together to assist father." The siblings began to talk about this matter, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt but observed them with a smile. It wasn't bad to have such a pair of children in one's life. They talked and laughed along the way, and they did not encounter any danger or obstacles. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped in front of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range. The vicinity of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was quiet. Very few creatures came and went. Those creatures disappeared into thin air as soon as they got close to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. When the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was less than 10,000 feet away from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, a powerful space-time force moved it away. From the outside, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The next second, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage entered the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Inside the revered Emperor Divine Range, every layer was filled with people. This time, the divine ranges are gathering. It is said that the sovereign is there. Is it true? If the sovereign is there, the Kunlun Origin Court can restore peace. With so many heroes gathering, who do you think will become the leader of the Origin Court? Probably Nanmutiani. Sovereign Emperor Dragon, didn't you see that all the divine ranges are gathering in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range? The Mortal Divine Range Master is also possible. Zhou Xuanji heard many voices. In the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, the news about the Divine Range Coalition Army had already spread. The whole range was looking forward to it. Too soon, Nanmutiani sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. Brother Zhou, please come to my place. I will ask for the first seat for you. Zhou Xuanji immediately maneuvered the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward Nanmutiani. After half an hour, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in a mansion in a giant city. After getting off the carriage, Zhou Xuanji put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and moved forward with Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Along the way, many Tiani Divine Range disciples were looking at Zhou Xuanji with curious or complicated gazes. The existence of anti-Kunlun had already spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone knew that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's incarnation. Therefore, many creatures hated Zhou Xuanji, especially those who had no home to return to after their divine ranges were destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He ignored the strange gazes from all directions. Walking along the stone steps, he saw Nanmutiani and Wang Buao waiting in the courtyard ahead. As soon as he saw Zhou Xuanji coming over, Wang Buao immediately got up. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he wanted to experience the power of the Dark Sovereign. In the end, he ended up in a sorry state. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed when facing Zhou Xuanji. However, he was very excited in his heart because he had developed a strong interest in the destiny manifestation technique. He also wanted to learn such a powerful divine ability. Brother Zhou, you are finally here. Come and sit. Nanmutiani waved his hand and said with a smile. His gaze swept over Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, and he was secretly surprised. Why did this kid bring his children here? After taking a seat, Zhou Xuanji introduced Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian to Wang Buao. Wang Buao didn't put on airs. As soon as he saw Zhou Tanhua, he couldn't take his eyes off him. This kid's aura. Wang Buao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Zhou Xuanji was very young. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's son to already have half a foot in the Dao ancestor realm. Such talent inheritance was too terrifying. Zhou Xuanji and Nanmutiani started chatting, while Wang Buao kept staring at Zhou Tanhua. This guy wouldn't have some of the hobbies that Grandmaster mentioned. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow as he thought about it. His heartbeat began to speed up. He felt disgusted with Wang Buao. Wang Buao, however, didn't know what he was thinking. He just stared at him, wondering if he should accept him as a disciple. In this gathering of divine ranges, I want to compete for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court and lead the Kunlun Origin Court on the road to victory. Nanmutiani went straight to the point. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and continued, I hope you can support me. After all, you are the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji replied with a teasing smile. Okay. He could see through Nanmutiani's thoughts at a glance. He didn't point out that his vision had already surpassed the internal strife of the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 835. After Zhou Xuanji agreed to support Nanmutiani, Nanmutiani was in a great mood and began chatting with him. This guy didn't get carried away. He still treated Zhou Xuanji as the future sovereign. Zhou Xuanji exchanged pleasantries with him, and time passed. 10 hours later. All the range masters gathered on the venerable Emperor Divine Range's Meridian Convergence Tower. The tower was located at the edge of the city, towering into the clouds, and its top was connected to a platform with a diameter of 10,000 miles. On its edge stood the guards of the venerable Emperor Divine Range, all of whom were Tao-treading saints. Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian followed Nanmutiani and Wang Buao into the Meridian Meeting Tower. As soon as they arrived, they attracted the attention of many creatures. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Xuanji or Nanmutiani, both of them were extremely famous and had high statuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Why is Zhou Xuanji with Nanmutiani? It has long been rumored that the reason why the Evil Sky Divine Range was able to avert disaster was because of Nanmutiani. Could Zhou Xuanji have already joined the Tiani Divine Range? Even if they didn't join, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could the Emperor's Sword Divine Range be established so stably? Nanmutiani must want to support Zhou Xuanji just like the previous sovereign. TSK, it seems that Nanmutiani is determined to be the heavenly king of the Origin Court. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhou Shaoxian furrowed her brows and showed a displeased expression. She knew about the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Nanmutiani. It was Nanmutiani who had shamelessly offered to help her father. Why did it sound like Zhou Xuanji had sided with Nanmutiani? Zhou Tanhua's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Xuanji without saying a word. Nanmutiani was expressionless as he led everyone to the first row of seats in the center of the pagoda. For the pulse meeting, the seats were spread out in a circle, with a diameter of 1,000 feet in the center. The adjacent seats were separated by 100 feet. There were only 13 seats in the first row, and 6 of the branch masters were seated. Sovereign Vane Master. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and found that he had seen them all before. When the Holy Ghost had disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court, these guys had appeared to threaten him. When the Paragon Vane Masters saw him, they were also moved. Especially old ancestor Hongqian, who looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to eat him alive. Brother Zhou, you can sit on the throne beside me. Nanmutiani smiled and sat down. Wang Buao stood behind him and scanned the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He walked to the throne and sat down. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who accompanied him on both sides, were a little nervous. After all, the range masters of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were gathered here. Tanhua, guess how high their cultivation is? Zhou Shaoxian sent a sound transmission to Zhou Tanhua. She wanted to find someone to relieve her tension. However, Zhou Tanhua did not answer. His gaze locked onto a figure opposite him. That person stood at the side of a supreme Vane Lord. He wore a red line golden robe, his face clean and bald, looking like a pretty monk. His palms were joined together, his eyes closed. He felt Zhou Tanhua's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled at him. Zhou Xuanji saw the exchange of glances between the two of them. He felt that it was quite funny, but his face remained calm. His son's life had begun. As time passed, more and more range masters took their seat. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take his seat among the range masters, many creatures were questioning him. Beast Sovereign led 2 people to take their seat. It was Ji Huanglin and the withered old man who had stopped Zhou Xuanji from leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range. Does that kid deserve to sit in front? The withered old man said, gnashing his teeth. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a traitor. Ji Huanglin slightly furrowed his brow. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a very complicated gaze. Beast Sovereign, with an expressionless face, said, "The Sword Emperor is his reincarnation. He is likely to become the sovereign in the future. He is naturally qualified to sit there." The junior he once thought highly of was sitting in front of him. He had mixed feelings, but he couldn't show it. He had to pretend that he didn't care. The withered old man let out a cold snort and said no more. After about half an hour, all the range masters took their seat. Of the 13 thrones in the first row, only 2 remained. No one dared to sit. The range master of the sovereign emperor divine range was called Li Xianhuang. He was older than Nanmutiani, but he looked like a young man with a warm smile on his face. Yuan Ruzhen stood beside him, glaring at Zhou Xuanji. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji, whom he regarded as prey, was actually sitting on the same level as the sovereign range masters. It was ridiculous. What made him the most furious was that the sovereign range masters didn't have any objections. Everyone. Li Xianhuang opened his mouth. Just these 2 words silenced the entire range master tower. He continued, "Now, the Kunlun origin court has been attacked by the anti-Kunlun sovereign, the Sword Emperor. Thousands of divine ranges have been destroyed. In the future, the Dark Sovereign will also attack. The Kunlun origin court is now in an unprecedented difficult situation. As the range master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, I will not talk nonsense with you. I hope that all the divine ranges will unite and fight the Sword Emperor together. Since we want to unite, we need a leader. Our Sovereign Range Master has decided to call him the Origin Court Heavenly King. If you want to become the Origin Court Heavenly King, you must have the strength to dominate the Kunlun Origin Court. At the same time, you must be able to convince the majority of the divine ranges. Remember, it's the majority, not every divine range." He began to talk incessantly. His voice clearly reached the ears of all creatures. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He didn't take it to heart. He only had one thought right now, and that was to find out the whereabouts of the sovereign as soon as possible. The Sword Emperor said that the sovereign's fate was related to him. It meant that this person was an old friend of Zhou Xuanji. And it wasn't as simple as a nodding acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji's divine will looked at Beast's sovereign and thought to himself, could it be him? Impossible. If it was him, would the Sword Emperor allow Beast's sovereign to survive in the anti-Kunlun? Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin again. Could it be him? Just as Zhou Xuanji was wondering, Li Xuanhuang's speech ended. The range master tower was in an uproar again. All the range masters only brought a few people with them. Even so, it was still very noisy when everyone's discussion was added together. Li Xianhuang began to wait. Now, the range masters who wanted to become the Origin Court Heavenly King could stand up. If no one else stood up, they would be chosen from these standing range masters. For a moment, no range master dared to stand up. The Origin Court Heavenly King required strength and fame. And all the range masters were gathered here. Even the sovereign range master didn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji looked at Nanmutiani and asked with his eyes, "Why haven't you stood up yet?" Nanmutiani shook his head slightly. He didn't explain through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He turned to Li Xianhuang and asked, "The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range is in charge of the range meet. Presumably, you are the divine range that knows the whereabouts of the sovereign. I hope Senior Li can tell us the whereabouts of the sovereign." As soon as he said this, the uproar came to an abrupt end. All eyes fell on Li Xianhuang. The reason why the range masters didn't dare to act rashly was because they weren't sure whether the sovereign could return or not. Without the sovereign, the Origin Court Heavenly King was definitely going to die. Chapter 836. Li Xianhuang remained calm in the face of countless gazes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "If the revered Emperor Divine Range dares to say it, then naturally there is. But this news can only be told to Heavenly King Origin Court. I hope everyone can understand." He didn't say the reason, but anyone who could become a branch master was a shrewd person and understood immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range did not know where the sovereign was. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Once he became the Origin Court Heavenly King, Even if he told the other party that there was no supremacy's whereabouts, would he dare to abdicate the position of Origin Court Heavenly King? At that time, regardless of whether he unloaded it or not, he would still die. Zhou Xuanji knew about the sovereign, but he was not sure who the sovereign had reincarnated into. After that, he stopped talking and waited for the branch master to stand up. Time ticked by. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, no one stood up. If it were a peaceful time, there would be a lot of range masters vying for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now, the position of Origin Court Heavenly King meant that they would charge into the enemy lines and face the Sword Emperor. Who would dare? Since that's the case, let me take over. After all, I have experienced many tribulations in the Kunlun Origin Court. Nanmutiani said. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and a majestic aura erupted, enveloping the entire pagoda. At this moment, he displayed his terrifying aura without restraint. If he wanted to be the Origin Court Heavenly King, he had to let all the range masters feel his strength and make them trust him. Li Xianhuang frowned upon seeing Zhang Xian standing up. Obviously, Li Xianhuang didn't know that Nanmutiani wanted to compete for Origin Court Heavenly King. Zhou Xuanji watched with interest. He leaned forward and supported his chin with his right hand as he watched the show quietly. Nanmutian stood up one by one, and two of the Paragon branch masters also stood up. Li Xuanhuang's cold expression instantly returned to normal, and a smile reappeared on his face. I am also willing to become an Origin Court Heavenly King and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to fight against the Sword Emperor. A familiar voice came from behind. It was Beast Sovereign. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian subconsciously looked back, but quickly turned their heads back. After all, they used to belong to the Evil Sky Divine range, so they would always feel a little awkward looking at Beast Sovereign. Among the Super Divine ranges, apart from Beast Sovereign, no other Super Range Master dared to stand up. All the creatures began to discuss Beast Sovereign. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Beast Sovereign is too arrogant. He doesn't even know his place. The prodigies nurtured by others are on the same level as the sovereign range lords. It's only natural for him to feel inflated. TSK, it's funny to be surpassed by a junior. Beast Sovereign is overestimating himself. Let's watch him make a fool of himself later. Most of the living beings were either mocking or joking. In their opinion, it was impossible for Beast Sovereign to become an Origin Court Heavenly King. Nanmutiani shot a cold glance at Beast Sovereign. He really hated Beast Sovereign. He felt that Beast Sovereign was like a reptile that couldn't be trampled to death. If it weren't for Zhou Xuanji, he would have already killed Beast Sovereign and flattened the Evil Sky Divine range. Now, this guy wanted to compete with him for Origin Court Heavenly King? Why? Zhou Xuanji noticed Nanmutiani's gaze but did not speak. He remained silent. Another half an hour passed. In the end, Li Xianhuang stood up and said, I am the Range Lord of Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. I believe that my strength is not weaker than anyone here. I also want to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. If I become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I will take the lead and fight the Sword Emperor. Of course, as for who will become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I don't have the final say. The other range lords also don't have the final say. His voice silenced the entire tower. Although he said it very casually, it made all the living beings feel the pressure. He was determined to win. Nanmutiani smiled and said, Range Lordly, who do you think has the final say? The other sovereign range lords also revealed a faint smile. Naturally, it's decided by the will of the sovereign, Li Xianhuang said with a smile. He raised his right palm toward the sky. In an instant, billowing thunderclouds gathered out of thin air, making all the living beings feel oppressed. Zhou Xuanji looked up. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Could it be the sovereign? He wasn't vigilant. If the sovereign really appeared, the Sword Emperor would probably come too. Although the divine ranges had been very secretive, the Sword Emperor was the sovereign. How could he not know? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Sword Emperor was spying in the distance, waiting for the sovereign to appear. The reincarnated sovereign shouldn't be able to recover his strength in a short time. In other words, as long as the sovereign dared to appear now, he would die without a doubt. The thunderclouds parted as a divine figure appeared. It was towering and majestic like a beam of light. It was impossible to see its formation clearly. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He thought of the virtuous Great Formation. How many backup plans did the sovereign leave behind? Could it be that the sovereign is planning something? What? All the living beings were shocked. The sovereign still has a will? The expressions of Nanmutiani, Beast Sovereign, Old Ancestor Hongqian, and the others changed drastically. None of them had thought of this. If the sovereign's will was helping Li Xianwang, how could they fight against him? Sovereign, tell all living beings, who should be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Li Xianwang shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. The Drama Queen is here. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. If his guess was right, the sovereign's will would say Li Xianwang. Not only him, but other living beings also thought so. If Li Xianwang dared to do this, how could he not be confident? If the will of the Supreme Being did not choose him, why would he stand up and embarrass himself? Shining raised his right hand and pointed his index finger downwards. A beam of light shot out from his index finger and quickly descended. Li Xianwang smiled and opened his arms. Boom! The beam of light suddenly accelerated and fell on Zhou Tanhua, who was beside Zhou Xuanji. Silence. Li Xuanwang's smile froze. All the living beings were stunned. Nanmutiani's eyes were wide open. What happened? Zhou Xuanji's son was chosen by the sovereign to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Even Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, Tanhua, amazing! I'm going to soar into the sky. She was so excited that she forgot herself, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the vain masters around her. Surrounded by the strong light, Zhou Tanhua was extremely nervous. He wanted to rush out, but he couldn't move his feet and could only wave his hands. He instinctively looked at Zhou Xuanji and called out in fear, Father. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and pretended to fight. But in fact, he wanted to communicate with Little Sovereign. Don't panic. I'm here. You won't be in danger. Zhou Xuanji comforted, calming Zhou Tanhua down quickly. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Huh? Is this the Sovereign's inheritance? The Sovereign's inheritance? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He immediately asked if there would be a price to pay for accepting the inheritance. It shouldn't be. Although your son's talent is terrifying, what does the sovereign want at this moment? Even if it's a possession, it needs time to grow. Presumably, this sovereign's will is left to choose an inheritor. Your son's aura and aptitude just match the sovereign's will, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Chapter 837. The Meridian Convergence Tower was silent for a while before it suddenly exploded. How is this possible? This kid wants to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Are you kidding me? Li Xianwang is stupid. What's going on? His divine ability isn't done well? Is this a joke? We came all the way here. Do you think we are fools? Do you really dare to let this kid be the Origin Court Heavenly King? He is only half a step into the Dao Ancestor realm. The Sword Emperor can kill him with a sneeze. Not necessarily. What if the Sword Emperor treats him as his son? The creatures were discussing among themselves, causing the Meridian Convergence Tower to fall into chaos again. Zhou Tanhua slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of epiphany. The revered Emperor Divine Range's spiritual qi and Tao energy immediately rushed toward him. Li Xuanhuang's face turned ugly at the sight of this. Nanmutian asked Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission, "What's going on?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and shook his head slightly, indicating that he also didn't know the situation. Indeed, could it be that the sovereign chose Zhou Tanhua because Zhou Tanhua is his reincarnation? But Zhou Xuanji had repeatedly checked Zhou Tanhua's soul. It was very pure, exactly the same as a newborn soul. After all, he had been in the soul source pool and had a deep understanding of souls. How wonderful, Wang Buao muttered to himself. Wang Buao muttered to himself as he looked at Zhou Tanhua with a strange look in his eyes. The handsome monk next to Li Xianhuang narrowed his eyes, deeply remembering Zhou Tanhua's face. Old ancestor Hongchen coldly snorted and said, Everyone has seen this kid's cultivation. Are you really going to let him be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Isn't this a joke to the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign?" His words made the other Sovereign Range Masters nod in agreement. In their opinion, it was best for the Origin Court Heavenly King to be themselves. Next, it could only be one of the Sovereign Range Masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to command the Kunlun Origin Court and wouldn't be able to bring hope to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji said, "My son is indeed not qualified to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. You should find someone else. But I hope that the seniors will not disturb him. If he can become stronger, it will be the Origin Court's fortune." Hearing this, the expressions of the Sovereign Range Masters changed. It was a good thing that Zhou Xuanji could give them a way out, but seeing Zhou Tanhua obtain the opportunity of the sovereign, they were very jealous. Li Xianhuang sighed and said in a clear voice, "The person chosen by sovereign is talented, but he still can't mature at the moment. We have to be responsible for the Kunlun Origin Court. Now let everyone here vote for the Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Choose from the branch masters who have stood up. Remember, this is not the selection of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being will return soon. What you are choosing is the strong man who will lead you to resist the Sword Emperor. Strength and ambition are the most important. Those who have powerful cultivation but no courage are not heavenly kings of Origin Court. Domineering. Who else but me can do it?" Although Li Xianhuang didn't say it directly, everyone could hear the determination in his voice. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the Sword Emperor. Nanmutiani snorted and said, "That's right. For example, I have already faced the Sword Dharch head-on and even escaped from his hands. I have experience in dealing with the Sword Dharch." His voice reverberated throughout the entire tower, and Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "How shameless!" Old ancestor Hongchen also said, "I am not afraid of the Sword Emperor. Presumably, the branch masters who dare to stand up are fearless people who are not afraid of the Sword Emperor. And Sovereign Hongchen has an inseparable relationship with our mortal divine range. She will definitely help me, help the Kunlun Origin Court." Li Xianhuang and Nanmutian's eyelids twitched. The other sovereign branch masters spoke up one after another, stating their advantages. All of them looked determined, making the branch masters in the tower discuss among themselves. Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. Most of his attention was focused on the beam of light next to him. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance. His cultivation was rising steadily. He had already begun to bear the Dao flower fruit. Once the flower bloomed, he would become a true Dao ancestor. Zhou Shaoxian stood on the side, waiting nervously. Her face was full of expectation. She could also see that this was an inheritance, and it was the inheritance of the sovereign. She asked in a low voice, "Father, how powerful will Tanhua become?" In her memory, Zhou Xuanji's speed of breakthrough was a legend. When she was sensible, Zhou Xuanji was still wandering in the mortal world. In the Kunlun Origin Court, their age gap was like that of brothers and sisters. If Zhou Tanhua could be like Zhou Xuanji, then the Emperor's Sword Divine Range would really rise. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Wait patiently. We can't see how powerful he is right now. Although he was looking forward to it, he had to pretend that he didn't care. Only in this way could the other branch masters not find fault with him in public. Just like that, all the branch masters began to vote. They directly said the name of the Origin Court Heavenly King. There was no need to count the vote. All the creatures present had high cultivation. It was easy to remember the names. One by one, the branch masters began to say their names. Starting from the outermost seats, they moved inwards one after another. Li Xuanhuang's voice was the loudest, followed by old ancestor Hongqian. Nanmutiani's voice was far inferior to the first two. This made his face gloomy. He was in a bad mood. He even wanted to leave on the spot. When it was Zhou Xuanji's turn, many gazes fell on him. He smiled and said, "Nanmutiani." Nanmutiani, who was next to him, forced a smile upon hearing this. By now, Nanmutiani had no hope. There was no suspense in the final result. Li Xianhuang was chosen as the Origin Court Heavenly King. He said in a loud voice, "I won't say much nonsense. The Kunlun Origin Court is in dire straits. I need you to gather the Tao ancestors of your respective divine ranges to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. You don't need to think too much. As long as you gather a certain number, I will personally lead the army to fight against the Sword Emperor. After the war is over, as long as we are still alive, you can all go back. My position as the Origin Court Heavenly King will also disappear at that time." His tone was serious, not allowing anyone to refute him. The branch masters were immediately in an uproar. But no one dared to stand up and question him. Nanmutiani and old ancestor Hongqian almost exploded in anger, but they couldn't say anything. "TSK, Origin Court Heavenly King, I think it's a joke." Right at this moment, a cold laughter descended from the sky, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. Sword Emperor. He was dressed in black with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at the pulse-gathering tower. Whoosh! All the creatures immediately got up, ready to fight. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he thought to himself, "This guy is really here. Father, what should we do?" Zhou Shaoxian asked in a low voice, looking at Zhou Tanhua anxiously. "The Sword Emperor is attacking and her brother is still receiving the inheritance. What should I do?" Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Don't panic. There are so many powerful experts here. What are you afraid of?" Just as he spoke, the Sword Emperor raised his hand, and a black sword of light appeared in his hand. Boom! Li Xianhuang burst out with an extraordinary aura. His whole body was burning with yellow flames as he slowly flew up. The handsome monk also flew up. A faint golden light radiated from the surface of his body. His eyes were filled with a silver light, covering his pupils. The other sovereign range masters also entered a state of battle. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Chapter 838. The atmosphere in the Meridian Gathering Tower was tense. Other than Zhou Xuanji, all living beings were anxious and looked at the Sword Emperor in shock. This was Anti-Kunlun's supreme being, and his strength had long been proven. Even though all of the range masters were gathered here, it still made them feel uneasy. The Sword Emperor looked disdainfully at Li Xianhuang and said with a smile, "In our Kunlun Origin Court, you died at my hands. Do you want to know how you died?" Li Xianhuang frowned, but he didn't stop. He had just become a heavenly king of the Origin Court, so how could he be timid in front of the Sword Emperor? Even if he was not confident, he still wanted to fight. He asked in a low voice, "Arcane Dragon Painting, are you ready?" The handsome monk smiled and said, "It is my honor to fight and die together with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and soared into the sky. Boom! The two of them collided with the Sword Emperor, but they were blocked by a layer of formless sword energy, unable to touch the Sword Emperor. "You overestimate yourself." The Sword Emperor laughed in disdain. Sword chi burst forth from his body and sent the two of them flying. The various bloodline masters slapped their chairs and rushed towards the sword Dharch. Super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges attacked as well. Zhou Xuanji was still sitting on his throne without moving. The Sword Emperor didn't suppress all the experts directly. Instead, he smiled and looked at the various divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji turned his gaze to Zhou Tanhua and asked in his heart, "Can I use a divine ability to move him away without interrupting the inheritance process?" If one was forcefully interrupted in the midst of enlightenment, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. Of course, don't forget your soul source orb, absorb him directly into it. Little Sovereign replied, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. The soul source orb also had such an effect? Generally speaking, all creatures absorbed by the soul source orb would fall into a deep sleep, except for the Holy Ghost. The soul source orb represents death, and the all lives brush represents life. With the two combined, you can live or die depending on your thoughts. In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji had underestimated the power of the all lives pen and the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up. The space between his eyebrows split open as the soul source orb suddenly appeared and directly sucked Zhou Tanhua into it. He looked at Zhou Shaoxian and transmitted his voice, "Stay close to me and be ready to retreat." Zhou Shaoxian nodded and walked to him obediently. At the same time, the battle above continued. After seeing Zhou Tanhua being taken into the soul source orb, the Sword Emperor showed a contemptuous smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Rumble, the thunderclouds scattered and light swords appeared in the sky. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, covering the entire sky. The distance between the swords was no more than 5 feet. As far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there were over 100 billion of them, and every single one of them exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. As the pressure converged, the Meridian Convergence Pagoda shook violently, and the pagoda below began to snap. All living beings flew up to avoid falling. Zhou Xuanji flew far away with Zhou Shaoxian, distancing himself from the battlefield. "Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow," Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. In the past, she liked the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow the most, but as her cultivation increased, she no longer liked this kind of gaudy divine ability. However, when she saw the Sword Emperor's Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, she was once again astonished. Too domineering! Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could also sense the horrifying might of the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow above him. Truly powerful. It was so strong that it made him feel powerless. He felt that even if he was 10,000 times stronger, he would still be far from this level. All the powerful cultivators were shocked. They all distanced themselves from the Sword Emperor and looked up at the sky in horror. This Nanmutiani's scalp turned numb, and his voice trembled as he spoke. The other sovereign range lords were the same. Xu Longhua furrowed his brows and raised his arms suddenly. Numerous golden halos flew out from his body and grew rapidly, forming a layer of golden ocean under the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. The golden ocean covered the sky and tried to block all the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadows. "Just you?" The Sword Emperor waved his right hand, and billions of light swords descended suddenly, as though the world was collapsing. The golden ocean disintegrated immediately. Xu Longhua vomited blood and almost fell down. Fortunately, Li Xianwang caught him in time. Billions of light swords rained down like a storm. All the powerful cultivators used their divine abilities to block them. Zhou Xuanji teleported away with Zhou Shaoxian and quickly flew out of the Sovereign Emperor divine range. Not only them, but many other living beings also chose to flee. Just when they flew out, the Sovereign Emperor divine range exploded. Boom! The violent impact sent all the escaping living beings flying. Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability to escape. He looked back and saw the sovereign Emperor Divine Range bursting out with countless sword chi, wreaking havoc in the Kunlun universe. The surrounding divine ranges shook along with it. A powerful aura enveloped most of the Kunlun origin court. Everyone was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Zhou Shaoxian, who was beside him, was even more dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen the Sword Emperor in action. Too powerful. He was not on the same level as everyone else. Such an enemy really made people feel despair. Father, Zhou Shaoxian mumbled to herself. Her voice was filled with fear as she subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm. He knew that the Sword Emperor was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Almost all the living beings in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had died, and it was just a divine ability. The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had gathered the top fighting power of the entire Kunlun origin court, but they were all wiped out by the Sword Emperor just like that. Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and die. If your anti-Kunlun dares to play any more tricks, I will really flatten you and destroy everything. The Sword Emperor's rampant laughter resounded through the entire Kunlun origin court, making countless living beings shudder. At the same time, the scene of the battle just now appeared in the minds of all living beings. This was the Sword Emperor's doing. He deliberately increased the fear and despair in the hearts of all living beings. He wanted all living beings to not dare to resist him anymore. Zhou Xuanji said nothing and flew back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range with Zhou Shaoxian. After witnessing this battle, he was even more eager to fuse the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Pen, and then devour the Soul Source Pool to make himself as strong as possible. Zhou Shaoxian, who had always been talkative, also fell into silence. She had yet to recover from the shock and fear just now. A moment ago, the Range Masters were still fighting for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now, those arrogant Range Masters had all been turned into ashes. It made her feel surreal. They flew forward at full speed. Suddenly, they disappeared into the starry sky. When the two opened their eyes, they had already arrived in a crimson space. A figure was floating in front of them. It was Sovereign Hongqian. This time, Sovereign Hongqian looked at them with his true appearance. So beautiful, Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes widened as she murmured. Sovereign Hongqian's expression was cold and elegant. Staring at Zhou Xuanji, she said, "You see, the current Kunlun origin court is just a dish that the Sword Emperor can eat at any time." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You don't need to tell me, I know. But it's useless to look for me now. If you want to look for someone, you should look for the Sovereign." Sovereign Hongqian stared at him and said meaningfully, "Don't you know? The Sovereign is you, whether in the past, present, or future." Chapter 839. I'm the Supreme Martial Artist? Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment, frowning. How could he be a Supreme Martial Artist? If he was, why didn't the Sword Emperor know about it? Zhou Shaoxian was shocked and couldn't help but look at her father again. It's you, but you haven't realized it yet. The Kunlun origin court and the anti-Kunlun have many similarities, but there are also many differences. This is the biggest difference between you and the Sword Emperor. I had my suspicions before, but you didn't have the aura of a paragon on you. It was only when the paragons chose your son that I realized what was going on. If you were Ji Zun, who would you choose to be your successor? Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. If he was the sovereign, he would definitely choose his son to inherit. After all, a son would inherit his father's legacy. However, just based on this point, how could he make such an assertion? Wait a minute. Could it be Zhou Xuanji thought of this, and his pupils contracted? His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was completely enlightened. Supreme Legendary Sword System. Supremacy, it was formed by Ji Zun. It was no wonder that even the powerful Sword Emperor and mortal supremacy couldn't find the reincarnation of a supremacy. The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more shocked he was. He asked in his heart, Sword Spirit, could the system be the reincarnation of the sovereign? The Sword Spirit quickly replied, the Sword Spirit also doesn't know the origins of the supreme legendary sword system. I only know that I want to serve the Sword Master and help the Sword Master become stronger without end. Its voice was as emotionless as before, just like any other artifact spirit. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. If the supreme legendary sword system was formed by Ji Zun, then he had to be on guard. What if the supreme martial artist was plotting something? As long as you activate your supreme power, you'll be able to contend against the Sword Emperor. I will do my best to help you. Hongqian Sovereign's voice came, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, don't put your hopes on me. If I could do it, would the Sword Emperor be so arrogant? He understood the supreme legendary sword system very well. It was impossible for it to explode with power that exceeded its current level. If he could refresh the number of times he could use the wish-fulfilling sword, that would be great. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Autarch Crimson Dust waved his hand. I have my ways. Seeing how determined she was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more helpless. He glanced at Zhou Shaoxian and kept her in the Tianxia map. Then, he flew in front of Supreme Hongqian. He said seriously, I am definitely not the reincarnation of a supreme being, but I might have a supreme being's manifestation treasure, but I am temporarily unable to use this power. Not to mention that the truth of this matter still needs to be verified. Supreme Hongqian frowned when she heard this. She couldn't help but waver. Could she have guessed wrongly? If this possibility was wrong, then how should she find a way to defeat the Sword Emperor? The Sword Sovereign told me that the Supreme Being has already reincarnated, and his fate is connected to mine. Perhaps it's someone I know, but this range is too large. Why don't you think of a way to let the Supreme Being of Darkness in advance? Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. The Sword Emperor hoped that Zhou Xuanji could help him fight against the Sovereign and Dark Sovereign. Now, Supremacy Crimson Dust wanted him to use his supremacy's power to resist the Sword Emperor. He was stuck in the middle, feeling very aggrieved. He was clearly not strong enough, but he still wanted to place the fate of the Kunlun Origin Court on his shoulders. Supremacy Crimson Dust let out a long sigh and said, well, even if you are really the sovereign, it will take time for you to recover your cultivation. By the way, you have to be careful. If I can make such a guess, the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign can too. Once the Dark Sovereign comes, no matter who wins or loses, you may be targeted by them. The current Kunlun Origin Court no longer has the power to resist any of them. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The incident at the Pulse Gathering Tower made him very uneasy. The current Kunlun Origin Court could be said to be crippled. If the sovereign didn't appear, the Sword Emperor's plan might succeed in advance. The two no longer said anything. Supremacy Crimson Dust sent Zhou Xuanji out of the mortal plane. Only Supremacy Crimson Dust was left in this crimson space. Her eyes flickered as she murmured, if you aren't the sovereign, then who is qualified? No one answered her. She thought about it alone. Maybe it's a good thing. The corner of Supremacy Crimson Dust's mouth rose. The smile on her beautiful and cold face looked so sinister. After returning to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji released Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance, causing the others to worry. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian explained the situation. After learning that Zhou Tanhua had received the sovereign's inheritance, everyone was very excited. Doesn't this mean that Zhou Tanhua's future fortune won't be any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's? The sovereign's inheritance, no matter how weak it is, should be able to make him reach the level of Supremacy Crimson Dust. You take care of him, I'm going to cultivate, Zhou Xuanji said to Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji said to Jiang Shui before entering the cultivation palace. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and sat down cross-legged, continuing to fuse the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush. Little Sovereign flew out, rubbing his chin as he murmured, "Could it be that the light that took me away was the power of the current sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and replied, "It should be. You are also weak enough to fall in the hands of the younger generation." Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he angrily snorted, "No way. When I returned to the Kunlun Origin Court, only my soul was left. How could he lose to the younger generation?" Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. His heart was shrouded in a dark cloud. If the sovereign really became the supreme legendary sword system, how would he face the system? In any case, the top priority was to refine the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush. He stopped thinking about it and focused all his attention. A month later, Zhou Tanhua's inheritance was successful and he woke up. After he woke up, he immediately went into seclusion. No one disturbed him. Everyone was looking forward to him becoming stronger. Zhou Xuanji didn't look for him either. He was still busy fusing the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush. About 2 years passed. Zhou Xuanji finally fused the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush together. Boom! The cultivation palace shook slightly as Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The Soul Source Orb flew out from between his eyebrows, followed by the All Lives brush. The gap between his eyebrows also recovered. He fixed his eyes on it and saw a bright light ahead. In the light, he could vaguely see the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush intertwined. With a thought, the two treasures began to transform. The artifact he wanted was naturally in the shape of a sword. Its level might surpass Rong Wansheng and touch the floor of the Origin Court, overturning. "You finally reached this step," a voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Immediately afterward, the Lesser Supreme Sword was absorbed into his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, a humanoid figure appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the sovereign?" Controlling the Lesser Supreme Sword to return to the Supreme Warehouse, apart from the Sword Spirit and him, who else could do it? Or the system itself? "Yes, I am the current sovereign. You can call me Wu Zhou," the light figure replied with a smile. His voice didn't sound dignified at all. On the contrary, it sounded very kind. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why did you reincarnate?" At this moment, his heart was in chaos. Chapter 840. You don't have to be nervous. I mean you no harm. Since you have already fused the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush, I will tell you everything, Wu Zhou, who had turned into a shadow, said with a smile. Wu Zhou, who had turned into a silhouette of light, laughed. His tone made Zhou Xuanji a little dazed. He inexplicably thought of the old immortal. "I have never stopped cultivating since I became the sovereign. I always felt that the end of cultivation should not end here. Otherwise, the sages would not have created unknown domains one after another." Wu Zhou didn't wait for Zhou Xuanji to speak and started talking. "The serendipity of world in your body is actually my serendipity. I once relied on it to rise to the sovereign's position. But in the end, I couldn't figure out its origin. When I decided to wander outside the court, I erased my mark on this serendipity and sent it into the mortal world. Now I am just a wisp of consciousness. I will tell you everything. The serendipity of world is the most mysterious existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. It is omnipotent. It will transform into different auxiliary systems according to different masters. Your sword Dao is destined. TSK, I really look forward to your future achievements." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt relieved. It turned out that the supreme legendary sword system wasn't transformed by the sovereign. The sovereign was just the previous owner of the system. he asked doubtfully. "I know that your reign is far shorter than the previous sovereigns. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" If Wu Zhou didn't leave, he wouldn't be here today. This was karma. Because I found that most of the previous sovereigns didn't fall. They might be trapped in another place. I want to save them and see if the sages have opened up new domains. As for why I left so early, it's because I'm too invincible. I once released the Dark Sovereign. Unfortunately, he was too weak and wasn't my opponent at all. Later, he sent his son to get close to me. I deliberately followed him, and then created the illusion that I was stubborn to lure the Dark Sovereign back. After Wu Zhou finished speaking, he burst into laughter as if he was mocking the Dark Sovereign's stupidity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So all of this was Sovereign Wu Zhou's plan? Why did he do this? Now that the Kunlun Origin Court was almost destroyed, if what Wu Zhou said was true, then he was the culprit. He could easily defeat the Darkness Sovereign, so how could the Sword Emperor be his match? Seeing Zhou Xuanji frown, Wu Zhou smiled and said, "Don't worry, the current situation is nothing. I'm doing this because I want to choose a new sovereign as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have to wait for hundreds of millions of years, or even tens of billions of years before I can leave." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more tightly. Just because of boredom, the Kunlun Origin Court ended up in such a state. Look at how furrowed your brows are. I already know what's going on outside. Just wait and see. Whether it's the Darkness Sovereign or you making a comeback, they're all just clowns. Your future achievements will surpass yours. You have the primordial destiny, but he doesn't. Wu Zhou continued. He spoke with incomparable confidence, completely disregarding the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji could not help but cry out, "But what about those dead creatures? Almost all of the Kunlun Origin Court's range masters are dead. This guy must be crazy. So what? It's not like all the divine ranges have been destroyed. It's a good time to have a new range master," Wu Zhou said indifferently, which made Zhou Xuanji even angrier. Before Zhou Xuanji could lose his temper, Wu Zhou continued, "You have already fused with the Soul Source Orb. The All Lives Brush, the primordial destiny will belong to you completely. You can give it a new name. Primordial destiny is just a domain that I once encountered. It was opened up by a sovereign. It's very beautiful. Okay, this strand of my will is about to dissipate. It won't be long before my true body arrives. At that time, I will return peace to the Kunlun Origin Court. But after sweeping them away, I will leave again. Whether you can become the sovereign or not depends on your own effort." After speaking, Wu Zhou disappeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The cultivation palace fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji was still deep in thought. It turned out that the sovereign didn't reincarnate. He just left his true inheritance to him. Since that's the case, it's up to you. Zhou Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief as he looked ahead. The Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush had already fused together. A sword as wide as a palm appeared in the ball of light. The hilt and the guard of the sword seemed to have a dragon wrapped around it, twisting slightly in the light. "From today onwards, you will be called the Life and Death Emperor Sword," Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he muttered to himself. Even before he held this sword in his hand, he could already feel how powerful it was. After all, the Soul Source Orb and All Lives Brush had already recognized him as their master. Naturally, the new sword that had been fused also recognized him as its master. He raised his right hand. As the light dissipated, the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death fell into his hand. The blade of this sword was white on one side and black on the other. The middle part was like a willow leaf. It had beautiful lines, and the guard of the sword, which was connected to the hilt and the blade, was a dragon head with 2 dragon claws. It was lifelike, mighty, and domineering. Holding this sword, he felt high-spirited. This sword contained infinite power. It was stronger than any previous sword. No, there was also the wish-fulfilling sword. It was unfathomable. The sword of life and death. It contained all the abilities of the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. Its power of life and death had undergone a metamorphic upgrade. He immediately prepared to put the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death into the Supreme Storage. But he found that he couldn't put it in. The Emperor's Sword of Life and Death was resisting the Supreme Storage. The Supreme Storage was also resisting the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and mumbled to himself with a smile. Interesting. He let go of the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and let it follow him. He stepped out of the cultivation palace, ready to visit Zhou Tanhua. Wu Zhou had already said that he would come back. Naturally, the pressure on him had been reduced sharply. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua was cultivating on the edge of a large lake, leaning against a mountain. He was holding a long sword glowing with blue light in his hand. He stood motionless like a wooden stake, quietly contemplating. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside him, but he didn't even notice it. This kid has already condensed 5 Dao flowers. It seems that the sovereign's inheritance is really amazing, Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. But just as he was about to leave, Zhou Tanhua suddenly opened his eyes. Father! He opened his eyes and called out with excitement on his face. He took a step forward and said excitedly, Father, I have already obtained the cultivation method of the sovereign. I will tell you first. You can teach me after you have cultivated it. How about it? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Silly child, this is your opportunity. You don't have to tell me everything. It will be the same in the future. You must keep a trump card for yourself. Zhou Tanhua could only nod. His heart was filled with gratitude. To have such a considerate father, it was indeed his good fortune in 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xuanji asked, Is there anything wrong with your eyes recently? Last time, the Sword Emperor had manipulated Zhou Tanhua and made him lose his mind. Zhou Xuanji still remembered it clearly. No. After obtaining the sovereign's inheritance, I have already eliminated the darkness in my eyes. The Sword Emperor can forget about harming me again. In addition, I have also received the sovereign's instructions. He will be back soon, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua smiled. His eyes flickered with confidence. Chapter 841. What else did Ji Zun tell you? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. Wu Zhou's divine ability was truly incredible to be able to leave behind so much scattered will. He didn't completely trust Wu Zhou. This guy was a supreme, yet he didn't care about the life and death of the Kunlun Origin Court at all. All living beings were not as important as his loneliness. Such a person was completely self-centered. Who knew when he would deal with his inheritors? He told me to cultivate hard and strive to become the Origin Court war god. He told me to join forces with you and your son to lead the Kunlun Origin Court to an unprecedented prosperity. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of worship. Even though he had received the sovereign's inheritance, the sovereign still believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the sovereign. What kind of talent and power did he need? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Killing a person's heart. These words seemed to be a matchmaker, and they had good intentions. However, when placed in the position of a supreme being, they definitely harbored malicious intentions. Many people fought for the position of range master until their families were ruined, not to mention the position of supremacy. If it weren't for the close relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua, and the lack of estrangement between the father and son, Wu Zhou's words might have caused the father and son to kill each other. Seeing him frown, Zhou Tanhua instantly understood what he meant. Father, don't worry. I won't let my imagination run wild, and I won't develop absolute worship and trust towards Jizun. Just like what you taught me, we can only trust ourselves the most. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He stared at his son and examined him. Your sword Dao has matured quite a bit. Do you want to learn a new sword Dao divine art? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. As such, Zhou Xuanji taught him the ultimate chaos Dao. The interior of the Emperor's sword divine range was harmonious and all the disciples were actively cultivating. However, outside the Emperor's sword divine range, it was hell on earth. Following the destruction of the majority of the range masters and the venerable Emperor divine range, the various divine ranges were in complete chaos. Without the suppression of the branch master and facing death, the darkness in everyone's hearts was awakened. Since they were going to die anyway, they began to do things that they normally wouldn't dare to do. For a time, the entire Kunlun origin court was in chaos. The Sword Emperor was still forcing the divine ranges to hand over the 15-star geniuses or inheritors of the origin of laws. The Kunlun origin court was facing an unprecedented dark period. At the end of the Void Realm, in the endless darkness, hundreds of powerful figures stood there. Paragon Crimsondust, the apex of Wheel, the 12 forefathers of Law, and the others all had very serious expressions on their faces. Luan Feng was still holding the Origin Court War God in his right hand. This guy was actually not dead yet, but he was now like a cripple. His body was tied up by the silver light chains, unable to move. Begin. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the silver chain wrapped around Origin Court War God directly exploded, turning into countless light stars that drifted away. Origin Court War God took a deep breath and stepped forward. Everyone stared at him, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Origin Court War God took 7 steps forward. After stopping, he raised his hands, palms facing forward, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, the darkness ahead was suffused with light, like a whirlpool on the surface of a lake. The range of spatial distortion grew larger and larger. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention. Even Crimson Dust Supremacy narrowed his eyes as the aura of the mortal world swirled around him. Who wouldn't be nervous when facing a darkness sovereign? Father, come out! Origin Court War God shouted. His body quickly shriveled, then ignited into flames, turned into smoke, and drilled into the dark vortex ahead. Boom! A terrifying beam of light broke through the center of the black vortex, brutally tearing open the hole and gradually expanding it. An overbearing and peerless aura came in, making all the powerful experts' hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as Crimson Dust Supremacy was shocked. This, Luan Feng's scalp went numb, and his face was overflowing with cold sweat. He knew that the Darkness Sovereign was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong after being sealed for such a long time. It was incredible! Boom! Another beam of light broke through the darkness, as if the dark universe ahead was about to collapse. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally back! An unruly and rampant laughter resounded through the universe, his tone full of madness and violence. Darkness Sovereign. He had been sealed for too long. It had been so long that he had already gone crazy. He wanted to slaughter. He wanted to destroy. The powerful experts could feel his emotions as soon as they heard this. They took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. Darkness Sovereign, the Kunlun Origin Court is currently being suppressed by Anti-Kunlun Supreme. If you come in, how can the Sword Emperor let you go? Luan Feng shouted. His voice was trembling. It was obvious how scared he was. Darkness Sovereign didn't answer him. More and more beams of light broke through the darkness, and the void boundary began to shake violently. Space collapsed, and space-time lightning flooded in like a group of dancing dragons. The powerful experts panicked. They looked at each other in dismay. Retreat! Crimson Dust Supremacy ordered. The powerful experts immediately felt relieved and turned to flee. Although they hadn't seen the true appearance of Darkness Sovereign, his aura was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were facing death. In the blink of an eye, all the powerful experts disappeared without a trace. More and more beams of light appeared, shattering the dark universe. Anti-Kunlun. Sword Emperor? A clown dares to disturb the Kunlun origin court. What a joke! Darkness Sovereign's voice resounded. His words were full of sarcasm. Emperor Sword Divine Range, on the edge of the great lake Zhou Xuanji, who was teaching Zhou Tanhua cultivation, suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked up at the horizon and cast the 10,000 worlds piercer to spy on the outside world. Soon, he saw the space at the edge of the void boundary shattering. A billowing black fog was approaching the Kunlun origin court at an extremely fast speed. He fixed his eyes on it and saw countless evil ghosts in the black fog. They were clad in armor and riding mounts, galloping wantonly. He also saw a figure. It was towering and majestic like a shadow. He couldn't see its true appearance. Darkness Sovereign. This guy is finally here. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but be curious. Between Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor, who is stronger? If he could notice the arrival of Darkness Sovereign, so could the Sword Emperor. Ha 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 ha! Kunlun Origin Court. Your sovereign is here. That anti-Kunlun kid dares to disturb the Kunlun Origin Court. He is really overestimating himself. The Kunlun Origin Court can only be destroyed by this sovereign. Prepare to die. Darkness Sovereign's insolent laughter resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone wasn't surprised. On the contrary, they were even more desperate. Whether Darkness Sovereign or Sword Emperor won, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Sword Emperor didn't respond to Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court once again returned to silence. Zhou Tanhua asked while practicing his sword, "Father, who do you think will win? I hope they are evenly matched." The longer the two sovereigns dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It should be the Sword Emperor." He wasn't boasting. But the Sword Emperor had a kind of domineering aura, a domineering aura of invincibility. Even Wu Zhou didn't have such an obvious domineering aura. However, he heard it clearly. Every sovereign thought that they were invincible and that the other sovereigns were vulnerable. Chapter 842. After the Darkness Sovereign returned, Zhou Xuanji modified the Emperor's Sword Divine Range's defensive array to strengthen its defense. He even refined the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and built many teleportation formations inside it to supply his needs when he was escaping. He returned to the cliff in front of the training hall. He was dressed in white and stood against the wind. His purple eyes were observing the battle outside. The Emperor of Life and Death sword floated beside him. He could already see the figures of the Supreme of Darkness and the Sword Emperor fighting. The two Supremes seemed to have used some kind of divine ability, causing the battle to be confined to one side of the void, not affecting the Kunlun Origin Court or the Myriad World. In fact, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Their battle silhouettes were extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes couldn't capture them. After watching for a while, he even felt a little dizzy. Is this the power of a supreme being? Just watching him fight is enough to make me fall head over heels for him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sooner or later, he would reach the Supreme Being realm. With that thought, he disappeared on the spot. He jumped directly into the space-time turbulence and rushed towards the Soul Source Pool. According to the situation of the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would be hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. When he arrived at the Soul Source Pool, the virtuous Great Array was not triggered. The Emperor's Sword of Life and Death glowed, protecting Zhou Xuanji's head. He quickly walked to the edge of the soul source pond, sat down cross-legged, and began to swallow the water in the soul source pond. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared on another layer of his body, and the Lesser Supreme Sword's soul floated out. He sized up the Emperor's sword of life and death and praised, "You are indeed a swordsman. This sword is incredible. It is definitely a good treasure." The veins on Zhou Xuanji's forehead bulged, but he did not speak. Little Sovereign continued to sigh, "The auras of the Darkness Supreme and the Sword Emperor are really strong. Looking at the past and present, they aren't weak among the Supremes. It's a good thing that they are evenly matched. Let them continue to fight. You can take this opportunity to absorb the Soul Source Pool. Stab your sword into the pool. The Soul Source Bead and All Lives Brush are supreme treasures that can help you absorb the Soul Source Pool." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately put the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death into the Soul Source Pool. Bang! The ripples in the Soul Source Pool gradually turned into raging waves. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed at which he absorbed the pool water had greatly increased. The efficiency was 10 times higher than before. Every 2 hours, the water level in the pond would drop by an inch. Nothing much could be seen in an hour, but after a day, after a month, one could clearly see the water level of the Soul Source Pond dropping. During the absorption process, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not increase significantly. He only felt that his soul had become heavier, and there was a strange energy circulating within his body. Soul origin. The souls of all living beings were also supported by laws. The soul origin was not artificially created. It was the original origin that existed from the very beginning. According to Little Sovereign, the origin of soul origin was unknown. Even if one became a sovereign, it would be difficult to trace its origin. 3 years later, the Soul Source Pool was already halfway down. Zhou Xuanji's black hair was shining with a faint light. His whole body was wrapped in soul qi. At first glance, he looked like a twisting shadow that would dissipate at any time. Little Sovereign flew out and said with satisfaction, "Soon I'll help you. Your body has already transformed under the quenching of the Soul Source Pool's water. Fortunately, you have the invading, venerable physique. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to absorb it so quickly. They might not even be able to bear it." After that, before Zhou Xuanji could say anything, he pressed his palm against Zhou Xuanji's back. In an instant, the pool water rose up and turned into a water dragon that entered Zhou Xuanji's body. It was as though he had been enlightened. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth slightly and his face twitched. His face alternated between blue and red. Even though he was accustomed to the water in the Soul Source Pond, it was still difficult for him to bear such a large amount. Amazingly, with the help of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was able to persevere even though it was uncomfortable. He immediately closed his eyes and activated the greatly divine suppressor art. Meanwhile, the first battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign ended. The two of them stood facing each other, less than 1,000 feet apart. Their faces were solemn. The Sword Emperor spoke in a low voice, "What a darkness exalt! I underestimated you." Supreme Darkness's body was shrouded in a black aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was sinister. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were streaks of lightning like blood tattoos on his cheeks. Especially between his eyebrows, there seemed to be an eye. He wore a deep purple robe and looked mighty and domineering. Facing the Sword Emperor, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. The Sword Emperor was truly very strong. The shock in his heart was no less than the Sword Emperor's. If we continue to fight like this, it's only a matter of time before both sides suffer heavy losses. The eyes of the Darkness Sovereign flickered. He fell into a dilemma in his heart. His goal was to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court, while the Sword Emperor's goal was to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. Both of their goals were to destroy the Kunlun origin court. But if he gave in, the Sword Emperor would rely on the Kunlun origin court to become stronger. If they fought again in the future, could he still defeat the Darkness Sovereign? Darkness Sovereign, if you and I continue to fight, we will be giving Wu Zhou a chance. Don't you know how powerful Wu Zhou is? The Sword Emperor said with a strange smile. He had never met Wu Zhou of the Kunlun origin court. But in the anti-Kunlun, he had taken over the position of sovereign from Wu Zhou. The Darkness Sovereign sneered, "Oh? Could it be that you want to join forces with this sovereign? But how will the Kunlun origin court be divided? Half of the inheritors of the origin law?" The Sword Emperor's face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the Darkness Sovereign had already guessed his purpose. A gloomy expression flashed across his face. He then said with a smile, "By the way, what's the relationship between you and Zhou Fa? He is still with me." This fellow was truly audacious and presumptuous. He actually wants to snatch the origin law from me. He must be tired of living. Zhou Fa? He's just a mortal who strayed into the outer world. After receiving this sovereign's guidance, he mistakenly thought that he could become the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. A chess piece doesn't know its fate. Ridiculous. The Darkness Sovereign snorted, making the Sword Emperor laugh. But the Sword Emperor's smile was very cold. He thought to himself, "It seems that this kid has been kept alive for nothing." The two sovereigns fell into silence once again. They were both thinking of countermeasures to kill each other. Boom! The two attacked almost at the same time, colliding once again. A bright light burst out, filling the void universe. Phew! Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Following his gaze, the soul source pool in front of him had already disappeared, leaving only an empty sea of clouds floating. With the help of Little Sovereign, he absorbed the remaining water of the soul source pool in less than 2 months. Zhou Xuanji seemed calm, but in fact, his body was in turmoil. The violent soul origin was running around in his body. It was very difficult to suppress. "Can you do it?" Zhou Xuanji cursed, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign immediately flew out from the Lesser Supreme sword next to him. With a speechless look, he said, "I have helped you so much. The rest depends on your luck." Zhou Xuanji glared at him and asked, "What if I fail?" The soul origin was so powerful that he felt that his body would explode at any time. If it weren't for the exalted immortal physique, he might not have been able to hold on until now. He felt that he had been cheated. Chapter 843. If you want to reap the benefits, you must bear the pain. Little Sovereign smiled proudly as if he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated, but he tried his best to keep his expression calm. He was doing his best to suppress the source of his soul. The spiritual qi and Tao energy of this world gathered towards him, causing his robes to flutter incessantly. The power of the invading venerable body began to take effect, suppressing the soul source in his body. Xiao! The life and death Emperor's sword sped over and directly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Bang! Zhou Xuanji's pain subsided in an instant, and the violent soul source in his body calmed down and became docile. The absolute invasion saint form began to absorb the soul source, and a steady stream of origin fusion divine energy flowed through his bones and muscles, helping him recover and even increase his cultivation. He soared into the air, crossed his legs, and cultivated in the air. After recovering, his cultivation began to soar. He sprinted toward Origin Fusion Divine Lord Wu Ming. About 3 days passed. A vast divine might descended, enveloping the Kunlun Origin Court and suppressing all worlds. At this moment, countless living beings looked up. Even the Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor, who were fighting, stopped and looked up in fear. This aura. How is this possible? What realm is he in? Autark Darkness cried out involuntarily. He had already lost to Autark Wu Zhou once. He had worked hard in his cultivation, and it wasn't easy for him to catch up, but when faced with Autark Wu Zhou's aura, his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't accept this fact. Supreme Wu Zhou had actually far surpassed him. The Sword Emperor's expression was also very ugly. Ever since he fought with Sovereign Darkness, he realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereigns. However, he hadn't expected Sovereign Wu Zhou's strength to be so terrifying. It was so terrifying that his scalp went numb. This sovereign is the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign, Wu Zhou. Demons and monsters dare to disturb my Origin Court. Don't be afraid. I will destroy the demons and resurrect the dead. Wu Zhou's voice suddenly rang out like a clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of all living beings. The supremacy had returned. Resurrecting the dead? Everyone was in an uproar, overjoyed. Zhou Xuanji also opened his eyes in shock and asked, "You can revive?" Little Sovereign had a complicated expression on his face as he sighed with emotion. It seems that he has reached the creation realm. He created something from nothing and was reborn from death. Creation realm? Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to ask further, thunderclouds billowed above him. His expression changed drastically as he understood that the virtuous display formation was about to be activated. He immediately teleported to the Kunlun universe and continued to suppress the soul origin in his body. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Supreme Sword had already shrunk into the blade, not daring to come out again. Zhou Xuanji channeled his energy while looking at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. The thunderclouds churned, and one imposing figure after another stood up from the clouds. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were vast and boundless. Each figure was ridiculously tall, and it was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. Wise sages. The will of the past supreme beings. Zhou Xuanji even saw the figure of Little Sovereign. Among the sages, he looked very inconspicuous. Sure enough, it's Little Supreme Sovereign. He muttered with an expectant look on his face. With Wu Zhou's arrival, the calamity of the Kunlun Origin Court should have ended. In a situation where he was powerless, he naturally hoped that someone would resolve the crisis. Regardless of whether it was him or the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, they both needed a stable environment and time to develop. Just because I'm called Little Sovereign doesn't mean that I'm weak. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind. He sounded extremely dissatisfied, as if he had been humiliated. The Sage Manifestation Great Array was set up. Every creature in the entire Kunlun Origin Court, no matter where they were, could see the majesty of the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Even within the divine range, such a spectacular scene appeared in the sky. Emperor Sword Divine Range Zhou Tanhua was sitting by the lake, looking at the figures of the sages in the sky with a look of longing on his face. So domineering, at this moment, he suddenly felt a desire for the sovereign's position for the first time. However, this desire wasn't strong because he knew that he still had a long way to go. The first thing he had to do was to cultivate hard and help his father become the sovereign. He was very clear about one thing. With his father's character, it wouldn't take long for him to leave after becoming the sovereign. Just like Sovereign Wu Zhou, or even faster than Sovereign Wu Zhou. Zhou Xuanji had proven this many times in the first half of his life. All the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range were looking up at the sky. At the top of the Kunlun Origin Court, above the figures of the sages, a halo appeared as a figure in a blue robe with a phoenix pattern descended. His silver hair swayed like raging flames. His face was majestic and his eyes had multiple pupils. They were bottomless as if they contained the entire universe. Sovereign Wu Zhou. The entire sky was under his feet. He was the supreme sovereign looking down on all living beings. His divine might was vast and mighty. The corner of his mouth rose. His smile was so conceited and contemptuous. 2 reptiles dare to disturb this sovereign's palace. Next, this sovereign will let you feel despair, Sovereign Wu Zhou said to himself with a smile. Autarch Wu Zhou chuckled to himself. He lifted his right hand, then gently waved it downwards. All the figures of the sages raised their right hands high above their heads. At the same time, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign felt their blood run cold. What should we do? Join hands or run? Sovereign Darkness asked in a deep voice. His eyes were already filled with the intention to retreat. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't want to be defeated by Sovereign Wu Zhou again. The Sword Emperor snorted. Naturally, we will join hands and fight. Boom! Sword radiance burst out from his body like a peerless sword being unsheathed. Sovereign Darkness nodded. The 2 sovereigns disappeared at the same time. In the starry sky, Zhou Xuanji was meditating, cultivating while admiring the might of the sage display formation. At this moment, he suddenly began to break through. He had absorbed the soul source. Although it hadn't completely fused with his saint form of absolute infiltration, it was enough for him to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 5. With the saint form of absolute infiltration, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Following his gaze, he saw 2 meteors flashing past, rushing toward the sage display formation at the top of the Origin Court. One was black and the other was silver. Sovereign Darkness and Sword Emperor. The aura of the 2 sovereigns was very powerful, but it was completely covered by the sage display formation. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the 2 meteors broke through the sea of clouds and destroyed several figures of the sages. Next, a powerful light burst out and swept across the Kunlun Origin Court, forcing Zhou Xuanji to close his eyes. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Sovereign Wu Zhou's cold snort resounded like a great bell, resounding in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart trembled. Zhou Xuanji wanted to open his eyes, but the scorching light forced him to close them instinctively. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. What kind of light forced him to close his eyes? After a long while, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 5. His Origin Fusion Divine energy skyrocketed, and the speed at which the soul source in his body fused with his muscles and bones increased tremendously. His cultivation was still growing. Suddenly, he felt that the light had weakened enough for him to open his eyes. After he opened his eyes, the scene before him made him open his eyes wide. His pupils dilated. This, Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 844. In front of Zhou Xuanji, countless figures of light floated in the vast starry sky. Within the light were countless creatures, and their souls were starting to form fleshly bodies. Revive. The dead were really being resurrected. Zhou Xuanji looked around and caught sight of Nan Mutiani, Beast Sovereign, Li Xianhuang, Wang Buao, and the others. It was a dazzling sight, and his soul covered the entire starry sky. Exactly what kind of cultivation would be able to achieve such enormous power? Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw that the magnificent figure of the divine display formation had disappeared above the sea of clouds. Supreme Wu Zhou, the Sword Emperor, and Supreme Darkness were nowhere to be seen. As expected of the creation realm. This junior is amazing. His voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ear. Even if he didn't see Sovereign Wu Zhou, he didn't dare to show himself. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart. Impressive indeed. You're both sovereigns, but why is the gap between you 2 so big? Little Sovereign was silent, obviously agitated. Zhou Xuanji did not leave but continued to cultivate, feeling Sovereign Wu Zhou's mighty power. Soon, his cultivation level stabilized at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 5th Enlightened stage and continued to grow. The souls floating in the sky gradually regained their vitality. Whenever a soul was about to condense into a physical body, they would suddenly fly in different directions and disappear into the end of the universe. Zhou Xuanji was confused but did not think too much about it. Most likely, Autarch Wu Zhou wanted them to return to where they had died. Otherwise, he could directly send them back to their respective god ranges. With Paragon Wu Zhou's abilities, he could see through the origins and pasts of all living beings with a single glance. The Supreme Being realm is really something to look forward to, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He had no idea how far away he was from the sovereign after absorbing the soul source. However, according to his previous understanding, there seemed to be some external conditions to become a supremacy. The power of a supreme being, perhaps it was like the power of the god of war, it existed on its own. While he was lost in thought, the people of the Kunlun origin court cheered. Those destroyed divine ranges were being rebuilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless living beings unconsciously flew back to their original divine ranges. Densely packed living beings and souls appeared around the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. They were all Divine Range living beings from the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. When they woke up, they all hugged each other and cried in joy. Then, they wanted to return to the God Range, but the God Range had already changed owners. They couldn't even break through the pulse-protecting array. Damn it! Who is it that is occupying our home? We must rush in. Ji Zun has already returned. He will make the decision for us. Let's investigate which bastard did it first. There aren't many living beings in the God Range, but why is there such a powerful formation? They were extremely sullen as they looked at the majestic Emperor's Sword Divine Range. No matter how angry they were, they could not rush in. Inside the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, all the higher-ups gathered together to discuss this matter. Xian Daoya smiled and said, "Young master has obtained the inheritance of a sovereign. Even if this matter was brought to the sovereign, it would be useless. Just ignore them." Everyone nodded. It wasn't easy for them to obtain a place to stay, so how could they give it up? Ren Niming asked curiously, "Why hasn't master returned yet?" Zhou Xuanji had been gone for many years, and after causing such a ruckus, he should have returned by now. "Don't worry, he will be fine. I have already divined his aura. He is in the Kunlun Origin Court, and he is still growing stronger," Daoya Old Man said with a smile. His divination ability was far inferior to Ren Niming's, but his fate was connected to Zhou Xuanji's, and he had changed Zhou Xuanji's fate. He could calculate Zhou Xuanji's aura more accurately than Ren Niming. But that was all. If he wanted to divine Zhou Xuanji's future, he would only suffer a backlash. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up as she said, "Father is going to grow stronger again?" Everyone became excited when they heard this. They had absolute trust in Zhou Xuanji. How much stronger would he become this time? While the Kunlun Origin Court was cheering for Sovereign Wu Zhou, Zhou Xuanji was still trying to fuse with the Soul Origin. At this moment, he had entered a state of epiphany. He could really feel the existence of the Soul Origin coiling around his soul. Soul Origin, controlling the souls of all living beings. At this moment, his fate began to transform. Rumble Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating, began to tremble violently. More accurately, the surrounding space was trembling. Even the space of the Kunlun universe could not withstand his aura. A silhouette appeared in front of him, less than 100 meters away. It was Sovereign Wu Zhou. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and looked surprised. "Exalted Invasion Saint Physique," he mumbled. "This brat absorbed the soul source completely. Is he going to become the soul sovereign?" A smile appeared on his face. It was a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji did not know that Sovereign Wu Zhou had arrived. He was in a very mysterious state. Countless soul memories flowed into his mind, making him feel as though he was dreaming of Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, he had a strong will and did not lose himself. His cultivation continued to soar. In less than 5 days, he forcefully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 6 comprehensions. His black hair turned into thousands of silver strands that danced in the wind. A silver rune appeared on his forehead. It was the shape of the Emperor's sword of life and death. Above him, billowing thunderclouds gathered. Countless illusory figures flew from all directions of the Kunlun Origin Court like celestial beings. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Soul power. Fate of everyone. Billions of souls flew into the sky and became the soul sovereign. Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly. His eyes were filled with a dazzling purple radiance. He could no longer control himself and let out a loud roar. Break! His roar resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Countless living beings looked up in shock. Within the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, in the Meridian Gathering Tower, all the range lords had woken up. They were talking to each other when they were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's roar. This is Zhou Xuanji. Nanmutiani opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The other range lords were stunned too. Zhou Xuanji? Why wasn't he here? Billions of souls flew into the thundercloud vortex and gathered into a gigantic ball of light. A powerful beam of light shot down and shone on Zhou Xuanji. Within the light, Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He looked down at his own body and murmured, "What a powerful strength!" His body was radiating a silver radiance like a god. His body was filled with explosive power. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful and invincible feeling. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Sovereign Wu Zhou's figure. He couldn't help but be stunned. Sovereign Wu Zhou smiled at him and said, "You are becoming the Soul Sovereign. Make a good breakthrough. This is a very rare opportunity. When you succeed, this Sovereign will give you a big gift." Soul Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He didn't answer but focused on fusing with the soul source power in his body. His extermination body was transforming. This feeling was very wonderful. He couldn't explain it clearly. Only he could feel it. The soul sovereign belongs to the extreme of the source laws, just like the mortal sovereign. However, there is an insurmountable gap between it and the true great sovereign. To become a great sovereign like me and Wu Zhou, you need to master the source laws of the entire Kunlun Origin Court to reach a perfect state. Little Sovereign's voice resounded, introducing Zhou Xuanji to the Soul Sovereign. Chapter 845. Soul Sovereign. Great Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji memorized these two names. His goal was naturally Great Sovereign. He continued to break through. Under the gaze of Sovereign Wu Zhou, it didn't take long for him to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The beam of light descending from the sea of clouds had yet to dissipate. The soul origin was passing on to Zhou Xuanji, crowning him and helping him become the Soul Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court's fate was surging. When everyone's fate recognized Zhou Xuanji as the Soul Sovereign, he was the Soul Sovereign and had mastered the soul rules. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "When you become the Soul Sovereign, come to the peak of the Origin Court. This sovereign has prepared a big gift for you." Having said this, he disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in the soul origin. On the same day, he successfully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The speed at which his cultivation soared slowed down. He had completely integrated the soul origin and become the Soul Sovereign. The Soul Sovereign controlled the soul. He could see the soul world when he opened his eyes. In this world, the creatures in the Kunlun Origin Court were only in soul form. And those lonely souls and wild ghosts floating in the Kunlun universe were like Tao energy in his eyes. He could easily control them. This feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt like he was in control of everything. This was the Sovereign, the only one. As the beam of light dissipated, his fluttering robe and silver hair fell to the ground. The light in his eyes began to converge, returning to his purple eyes. Compared to before, he had a more sacred temperament. But now, he really looked like a sovereign, just like Sovereign Wu Zhou, the Sword Emperor, and Sovereign Hong Chen. They had a kind of domineering aura. Perhaps it was the domineering aura exclusive to sovereigns. Such a powerful feeling. This is just the sole sovereign. If I become the great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and mumbled to himself with a fascinated look on his face. The life and death emperor's sword emerged from his back and circled around him. He smiled and suddenly flew up, breaking through the sea of clouds and flying toward the peak of the Origin Court. He didn't know where Sovereign Wu Zhou was, but as soon as he arrived at the peak of the Origin Court, he sensed Sovereign Wu Zhou's aura. Could it be that only sovereigns can sense sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji thought in doubt. Previously, it was all thanks to Little Sovereign that he could find the Sword Emperor. Now, he could rely on himself to capture the aura of a supreme being. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed, and he directly teleported in front of Supreme Wu Zhou. There was a pagoda here that only had 2 floors. The door was open and it was completely unguarded. Sovereign Wu Zhou sat on the blue jade throne and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He praised in amazement, very well fused. As expected of the absolute invasion saint physique. The fusion is so perfect, and it doesn't require a long time to consolidate. Zhou Xuanji, your serendipity is really amazing. This kid really had too many fortuitous encounters, so many that it made him somewhat envious. Back then, he had relied on the world's serendipity to rise up, and he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji at all. Perhaps the world's serendipity had been perfected after going through him, which was why Zhou Xuanji's path was so smooth. No matter what, in Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes, Zhou Xuanji was the best candidate to be the sovereign. I'll cut to the chase. It won't be long before I leave again. You'll have to rely on yourself to become a supreme being, understand? Sovereign Wu Zhou said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious look. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What gift are you going to give me?" Sovereign Wu Zhou rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish my explanation first." "Explain?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. The Kunlun Origin Court's calamity had just ended, and Sovereign Wu Zhou was in a hurry to leave. Could it be that something had happened? Even if he was unwilling to be left out, there was no need to leave so quickly. In another place, I have enemies. I'm taking a risk by coming back this time, so I must hurry back. From now on, I won't be coming back again. Sovereign Wu Zhou could see through Zhou Xuanji's doubts and said. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Is the other place a universe created by the sovereigns of the past, or is it an unknown domain that has always existed?" Sovereign Wu Zhou looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Are you interested? Then you should go and take a look yourself. Don't regret it." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. What was hidden in the unknown domain? Who was Sovereign Wu Zhou's enemy? Was it the sovereigns of the past, or was it someone from another place? The more he thought about it, the more curious he felt. This sovereign has suppressed the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness in an independent space. Their cultivation has been sealed by this sovereign, suppressing them to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jiuming. I will let you in later, and their lives will be in your hands. What do you think of this gift? Sovereign Wu Zhou said with a smile, as though he was giving Zhou Xuanji a great deal. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart, but he pretended to be confused and asked, "Aren't you afraid that they will kill me?" Sovereign Wu Zhou shook his head and said, "Impossible. Don't pretend. As long as they die, you can come out. Of course, you can come out any time you want. As for them, they will either die or be trapped here forever." He said it casually, but Zhou Xuanji could sense his domineeringness. They were all sovereigns, but he did not take the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness seriously at all. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He did not even see how Sovereign Wu Zhou won. "Are you ready?" Sovereign Wu Zhou asked. After that, he stood up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Sovereign Wu Zhou waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji disappeared from the tower. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he mumbled, "Zhou Xuanji, will you be the hope of Kunlun Origin Court? I will wait for you over there." In a pale space, there were no mountains or islands other than the surging ocean. The Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness were sitting in the air to recover from their injuries. They were 1,000 miles apart and did not disturb each other. Zhou Xuanji's sudden appearance above the ocean shocked them so much that they opened their eyes at the same time. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura, they heaved a sigh of relief. He was captured too? The Sword Emperor frowned with a grave expression. Sovereign Darkness smiled mockingly. He was already prepared to kill Zhou Xuanji. Now was the perfect time. Sovereign Wu Zhou threw him in, giving him a chance. "Do you want to come at me together, or do you want me to kill you one by one?" Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the ocean, and the two sovereigns' faces darkened. "This brat, so arrogant!" The two sovereigns charged toward Zhou Xuanji. When they saw Zhou Xuanji clearly, they stopped. Now, Zhou Xuanji had a head of silver hair and an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from before. "This is the sole sovereign." The Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. "No wonder this brat was so arrogant." Sovereign Darkness snorted. "Brat, you think you can kill me just because you have become the sole sovereign? I'm afraid you're still asleep." After that, he attacked. Chapter 846. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness and said with a condescending smile, "Are you panicking now? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Now that he looked at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness, Zhou Xuanji's mood was completely different. In his eyes, these two sovereigns were no longer a threat. Although their cultivation was still higher than his, he did not feel that they were much of a threat, not even a little bit dangerous. Confidence. Absolute confidence. Other than the sovereigns, Zhou Xuanji could look down on everyone. He wanted to test his power too. Boom! Before the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness could speak, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his aura. Silver gales wrapped around his body, creating a tornado on the surface of the ocean. "Humph! You are too arrogant." Sovereign Darkness snorted coldly and attacked first. He raised his right hand and a black trident appeared in his hand. He grasped it with one hand and thrust it toward Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The violent divine energy transformed into a black dragon and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, intending to swallow him whole. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the Life and Death Emperor's sword appeared out of nowhere. His sword chi swept across and dispersed the black dragon. But the Life and Death Emperor's sword landed in his hand. He turned around and looked at Sovereign Darkness. The Sword Emperor took this opportunity. Millions of sword shadows appeared in front of him, all pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The millions of swords moved together, shaking the heavens and earth and overturning the seas. Almost instantly, the millions of sword shadows crashed into Zhou Xuanji. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. The millions of sword shadows turned around and charged toward the Sword Emperor. Now, the gap between them was not big. Zhou Xuanji's Inverse Chaos Divine Ability could also work against the Sword Emperor's Origin Fusion Divine Energy. The Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged. Just when he stopped, Zhou Xuanji appeared before him. Their eyes met, and their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. At this moment, the Sword Emperor saw a pair of extremely cold eyes. The purple radiance in those eyes seemed to represent death. He had not seen such eyes for a long time. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's sword qi exploded suddenly and sent the Sword Emperor flying away. Then, he slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Billions of sword qi inundated the Sword Emperor from all directions. The sword qi exploded, sweeping up a vast mist like the sea in the sky. The darkness sovereign transformed into a black gust of wind, rushing over with a momentum that could engulf the heavens. Countless black-colored divine weapons shot out from within, densely packed with all sorts of divine weapons. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly as the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes. With a sweep of the divine light, all the soldiers stopped. He turned around and walked towards the darkness supremacy, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, neither hurried nor slow. The white clothes on his body fluttered in the wind, and his silver hair was like a myriad of silver strands dancing in the wind. The elegant demeanor of a supremacy was fully displayed. During the battle, he had a smile on his face. His smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. When his smile fell into the eyes of the Dark Sovereign, it was an enormous humiliation. A mere origin fusion divine lord dared to humiliate him like this. The Dark Sovereign's rage grew exponentially, and he couldn't restrain his anger. He immediately let out a loud roar and penetrated the area sealed by the exterminating divine light, charging toward Zhou Xuanji like a demon that had lost its mind. The Sword Emperor also flew out from the explosion and pincered Zhou Xuanji with the Darkness Sovereign. Boom! 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 The three fought intensely in this pale space. Their figures crisscrossed as they unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The explosions shook the ocean, and the waves looked like they were going to break through the sky. Inside the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wu Zhou was watching the battle with great interest. Not bad. This brat adapted too quickly. I even suspect that he was a soul sovereign before this, he said with a mocking smile. Such an evaluation was enough to show how satisfied he was with Zhou Xuanji. After that, he waved his right hand, and the 12 Rule Ancestors appeared in the tower. The Rule Ancestors were stunned. Seeing Sovereign Wu Zhou, they knelt down. "Greetings, Sovereign." Their voices were trembling. They were excited and anxious, but most of them were ashamed and uneasy. They did not take care of the Kunlun Origin Court, so they were too ashamed to face Sovereign Wu Zhou. Autarch Wu Zhou looked down at them and said, "The sovereign ranking has been reactivated to select the next Autarch. All of you must ensure fairness and impartiality. Otherwise, I can kill you with a single thought no matter where I am. Do you understand?" The 12 Rule Ancestors agreed in fear and trepidation. Their hearts were pounding. Could it be that Sovereign Wu Zhou knew about their previous actions? At the thought of this, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. They made up their minds not to have too much private contact with the divine ranges in the future. Sovereign Wu Zhou gave some instructions, and the 12 Rule Ancestors took note of them. Void Boundary. Nanmutiani wandered around as though he was looking for something. Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord followed closely behind him. "Range Master, what are you looking for?" Young Heavenly Lord could not help but ask. They had been in this void boundary for more than a dozen days, but Nanmutiani's cultivation had not improved at all. Nanmutiani replied without looking back, "You will understand in the future. Follow me closely, or else don't blame me if you miss this opportunity." Young Heavenly Lord frowned. He was even more curious. Wang Buao said with a smile, "Brat, why are you in such a hurry? Just follow me. Putting everything else aside, you are not as good as Zhou Xuanji in terms of temperament." Zhou Xuanji. Young Heavenly Lord's eyelids twitched wildly. He felt extremely complicated at the mention of this name. When he first met Zhou Xuanji, he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. But now, Zhou Xuanji had far surpassed him in both strength and reputation. Even Nanmutiani treated Zhou Xuanji politely. Young Heavenly Lord felt complicated every time he thought of this. Where is he right now? Young Heavenly Lord asked in confusion. Sovereign Wu Zhou had already overcome the crisis and resurrected all the dead. The sovereign list had been reopened. But at this moment, Zhou Xuanji, who was the most prestigious among the younger generation, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Buo's eyes flickered as he replied, "I don't know, he should be in closed-door cultivation. Every time that guy appears, he becomes stronger. In addition, his son has already shown his brilliance. Maybe he will become a formidable opponent for you and me in the future. Don't underestimate Zhou Tanhua. Although he is Zhou Xuanji's son, the age gap between the two is almost negligible. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude is not inferior to his father's." Hearing this, young Heavenly Lord's face turned gloomy. Being surpassed by Zhou Xuanji was already hard enough for him. If even Zhou Xuanji's son surpassed him, he would collapse at the thought of it. Nan Mutiani, who was walking in front, listened to their conversation and sighed inwardly. You might really be surpassed by his son. He remembered Zhou Tanhua. When he first met him, he had a strong premonition. This kid will definitely be the next Zhou Xuanji. I must find that thing quickly. Otherwise, the Tiani Divine Range will not be able to compete in the upcoming general trend. Nan Mutiani thought in his mind. His eyes became firm. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was still fighting with the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign. He didn't use his full strength to kill the two sovereigns. Instead, he used them to hone his combat ability. His previous breakthroughs were too fast. He had to digest them through battles. Chapter 847. Above the sea, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air with his eyes closed. No matter how the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor attacked, they could not break through the inverse Chaos Divine ability. He returned to where he came from. The two supreme beings were incomparably sullen. Unprecedented humiliation filled their chests, ready to explode at any time. Damn it, this kid is actually still comprehending. Looking at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes closed, the Darkness Sovereign was furious. But no matter how angry he was, he could not harm Zhou Xuanji. At the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Realm, he could not break through the inverse Chaos Divine Art. He suddenly turned his head and looked angrily at Sword Monarch. He scolded, "You don't know the divine arts of your anti-Kunlun?" When the Sword Emperor heard this, he nearly exploded in anger. What did that mean? Blame him? He angrily said, "Even without the inverse Chaos Divine Art, can you defeat him?" The situation of this battle wasn't decided by the inverse Chaos Divine ability, but by the fact that Zhou Xuanji was far stronger than them. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji not acting, they would have died long ago. After the Sword Emperor cursed, he started to think of a way to escape. If they continued to fight, only death awaited them. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou was still watching from outside. Even if he could defeat Zhou Xuanji, he would still be in Sovereign Wu Zhou's hands. Damn it, they're both supremes. Why is he so strong? Wu Zhou from the Kunlun Origin Court isn't this strong, he gritted his teeth. In the anti-Kunlun, he had also met Paragon Wu Zhou. In fact, he had even stepped on Paragon Wu Zhou to rise to the top. The two Kunlun Origin Courts regarded each other as anti-Kunlun and felt superior to each other. The other party was just an illusion. The Sword Emperor's Tao heart was completely shaken. Was there really no way to escape? Zhou Xuanji did not know what his enemy was thinking. He was currently comprehending the source of his soul. During the battle, he could clearly see the souls of the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Sword Emperor's soul color was different from the souls of the Kunlun Origin Court. As for the Darkness Sovereign, only a wisp of black gas was left of his soul. He had long lost his sense of self. Since he could peer into the soul, he could directly absorb it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would only take a single thought. But he needed a whetstone now. The battle continued. 10 hours later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and coldly laughed. "Are you ready to die?" Hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Supremacy suddenly retreated, distancing themselves from him. Zhou Xuanji raised the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and held the blade vertically in front of him. The cold light in his eyes and the blade's cold light reflected off each other, and killing intent instantly filled the entire pale white space. "You won't die in vain. Your cultivation will help me go further." Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up in a condescending smile. The eyelids of the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign twitched. Within the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wu Zhou sat cross-legged in midair, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji in the palace. Just like when he entered, other than the fact that his aura had become more reserved, there were no other changes. Even his white clothes were not wrinkled. His face was calm and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He was neither arrogant nor sharp. Origin Fusion Monarch Ba Ming, not bad. However, you only increased your cultivation by this much after absorbing their cultivation. It seems like the invading venerable physique has a huge appetite. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He had lived for so long, and there were not many geniuses who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji could become the Kunlun Origin Court, he would be completely at ease. "Thank you, Autarch, for this great gift." Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist with a smile. He was sincere in his words. Absorbing the Sword Emperor's cultivation had transformed his sword's way. And absorbing the Darkness Sovereign's cultivation had added a trace of Darkness Law to his body. Although it was just a trace, it was always difficult at the beginning. At least it helped him build the foundation for cultivating the Darkness Law. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded and said, "It's time for you to go back. Did your divine range encounter any trouble recently?" "It's not a big deal. It's just being surrounded by the original divine range. I hope you don't start killing too early." Zhou Xuanji nodded and left with a bow. After he left the Supreme Tower, Sovereign Wu Zhou smiled and mumbled, "It's time for me to go back too." Just when he finished speaking, a beam of light flew out from his body and quickly disappeared from the top of the tower. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the Kunlun Origin Court. He took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and drove it. Since Sovereign Wu Zhou said that it was not a big deal, it meant that his Divine Range Guardian formation worked and blocked the enemies outside the Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and focused his attention on the Darkness Law. After comprehending the soul origin, he became very interested in this kind of law. Once he could master the 3,000 origins, he would become a great sovereign. The fusion of 3,000 origins was the sovereign law. However, he still had a lot of doubts about the sovereign law. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked, "After you leave the Kunlun Origin Court, will your strength drop a lot?" Little Sovereign flew out and replied, "What will happen? The Sovereign's divine power is cultivated by us. Before we leave, we will give up a strand of the Sovereign's divine power to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. As long as the next Sovereign appears, this strand of divine power will help the next Sovereign soar." Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Little Sovereign looked at him and sighed, "Kid, you are really powerful. You have already obtained the Darkness Law. Your path to the Sovereign has officially begun." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and replied with a smile, "That's natural. But I'm still far from the great Sovereign realm. Take your time. Next, I will develop the Emperor's Sword Divine Range." He must make the Emperor's Sword Divine Range a super divine range. If possible, he even hoped that the Emperor's Sword Divine Range would become a sovereign divine range. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "The Sovereign's divine range often doesn't have a good ending. You have to think about it carefully." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had long heard about this. A divine range that had given birth to a sovereign would always be targeted by future generations. Stepping on the predecessors to rise was the norm no matter where it was. But Zhou Xuanji still had to do it. As for the future, he would leave it to future generations. Even if the Emperor's Sword divine range was destroyed, it was because the future generations didn't live up to expectations. Void boundary. Nanmutiani suddenly stopped and cried out in pleasant surprise, "I found it! I found it! Ha ha!" He laughed crazily as his body trembled. Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord looked at each other in dismay. Nanmutiani turned around and laughed maniacally. "I found a treasure that can make the Tiani divine range dominate. I will make you stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji." The two were pleasantly surprised when they heard this, but they still had doubts in their hearts. What made Nanmutiani so excited? It was the first time they saw Nanmutiani lose control like this. "Follow me." Nanmutiani waved his right hand and disappeared with Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord. Not long after they disappeared, a figure flew over. Surprisingly, it was Luan Pinnacle. Luan Pinnacle was in a weird state. His body was stiff and his face was dull. There was a black worm lying on his forehead. It was half the size of a palm and had 8 legs. It looked hideous and terrifying. His mouth was half open as he mumbled, "I must find you. I must find him." Chapter 848. Kunlun Universe. It had been decades since Sovereign Wu Zhou returned and suppressed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court had regained its peace. Every Origin city was bustling with activity again. Because of Sovereign Wu Zhou's divine ability, the dead could be resurrected. The Kunlun Origin Court didn't need time to recover. However, there were still fights in the peace. Especially after the Sovereign list was released, the competition for geniuses began. At this moment, the Emperor's Sword divine range was surrounded by billions of creatures. At a glance, the Emperor's Sword divine range was surrounded by countless creatures. Enchanted artifacts and mounts were everywhere. The massive Emperor's Sword divine range was completely surrounded. The Emperor's Sword divine range's protective array was still open, preventing these creatures from rushing in. Other than the original divine range creatures, many geniuses were stationed here, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to appear so that they could use him as a stepping stone to fame. When do you think Zhou Xuanji will appear? What is he doing? Is he afraid? A man in blue asked impatiently with his arms crossed in front of his chest. There were 6 geniuses in front of him, and they were equally impatient. They had been waiting here for too long. Not only them, but many creatures were complaining about this every day. "Let's wait a little longer," a lady in red said softly. She looked cold. She was Emperor Red Dragon, who brought Zhou Xuanji and the others to the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time, she was stopped by the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. She had no choice but to hand Zhou Xuanji and the others over to old ancestor Inshin, which eventually led to them being sold to the Longbow Divine Range. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, she had been paying special attention to his news. This guy, who was once as insignificant as a bug, had become someone she couldn't even look up to. This made her feel extremely complicated. Emperor Red Dragon looked toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. At this moment, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was so majestic. It wasn't any weaker than her sacred Red Divine Range. When would she be able to establish such a supreme force? Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage. Zhou Xuanji is here. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out, causing countless living beings to turn their heads to look. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage came galloping over. The 3 phoenixes and the Qilin looked so majestic and awe-inspiring. The living beings stood up one after another, setting off magnificent waves in this part of the Kunlun cosmos. Zhou Xuanji. He's an existence that sits in the same row as the sovereign bloodline master. How strong do you think he is right now? No matter how strong he is just a heaven's favorite. Now that we have so many people here, what is there to fear? He's here. What are you waiting for? Prepare for battle. Let's defeat Zhou Xuanji together and pull him down from his godly altar. Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's work together first. When Zhou Xuanji's momentum drops, no one will be able to bully him. An uproar broke out. Everyone thought that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji with their combined strength. Emperor Red Dragon gazed at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with a complicated expression. She felt both anticipation and apprehension. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage sped towards the Emperor's Sword Divine range without any intention of stopping. Immediately, several Origin Fusion Divine Lords rushed towards the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with unstoppable momentum. Humph! A cold snort came from within the carriage. Its might shook the entire universe, suppressing all living beings to the point of suffocation. How could this be? All the living beings widened their eyes. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords who were charging ahead also stopped in fright. A vast and boundless aura enveloped this part of the universe. So strong. Emperor Red Dragon was covered in cold sweat. She looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage in horror. He really grew stronger again. The most mysterious legend about Zhou Xuanji was his speed of growth. Every time he disappeared, his power would grow explosively. This was also the reason why he could continue to dominate the top of the sovereign list. If you don't want to die, retreat now. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. Just when he finished speaking, the curtains in front of the carriage were lifted. Two heads flew out and landed on the billions of living beings ahead. All eyes fell on these two people's heads. Many living beings had seen Zhou Xuanji before. Seeing the Sword Emperor's head, they were stunned. Why did Zhou Xuanji throw out his own head? Hold on, wasn't that Zhou Xuanji? Was it Zhou Fa? No, that head's eyes were emitting a horrifying murderous aura. It was definitely not Zhou Fa. And the head beside it was equally terrifying. It's the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. An Origin Fusion Divine Lord cried out in horror. His voice resounded across the entire universe. Wah! The heads of two sovereigns. Billions of living beings fled immediately. In less than 5 breaths, the entire universe quieted down. Such a spectacular scene was witnessed by the living beings in the nearby divine ranges. All the divine ranges were in an uproar. Panic and shock filled the air. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine range also saw it with their divine will. They were more excited than anything else. Their grand teacher had returned. Father is too powerful. How did he pick up the heads of two sovereigns? Zhou Shaoxian hugged Jiang Shui's arm and said excitedly. They stood in the courtyard and looked at the horizon like a pair of sisters. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "What do you mean picked up? They must have been killed by your father. Don't you know how powerful your father's poison is? No matter how unbelievable it is, he can do it." Zhou Shaoxian felt that it made sense. Her father might have really killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Thinking of this, she became even more curious. How did her father do it? Before she could continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. All disciples, listen up. From now on, no one is allowed to leave without my order. Cultivate with peace of mind. I hope that the Emperor's Sword Divine range can become a superior divine range or even a super divine range. And I want to fight for the sovereign. His tone was so overbearing, so insufferably arrogant. All the disciples felt their blood boiling after hearing this. They couldn't hold back their excitement. Super divine range. Sovereign. Even Zhou Tanhua, Chang Xian, Daoya Old Man, Ren Niming, Xing Tiandao, and the others were overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. What surprised them the most wasn't Zhou Xuanji's ambition, but that Zhou Xuanji dared to say it out loud. Even with the Divine Range Guardian Array, there must be many powerful cultivators who could spy on the inside of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji had yet to enter, and he said it in public. This was obviously a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the entire sovereign list. A declaration of war against the entire Kunlun origin court. Our Grand Teacher is so mighty, so domineering. I must become someone like him. Impossible, there is only one Grand Teacher in the universe. Only one person deserves to be called Zhou Xuanji. Yeah, you dare to dream about it? You are courting death. Without our Grand Teacher, we would still be mortals. This body of ours lives for our Grand Teacher. All the realms in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range were in an uproar. All the disciples were excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's words. At the same time, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in the courtyard where Jiang Shui lived. After landing, Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian came up to him. Wow! Father, what happened to your hair? Zhou Shaoxian asked in surprise. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of excitement. She suddenly wanted to have hair like Zhou Xuanji's. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.